on the FPO side of things. Sarah Hokom, great first round. Sarah Hokom, great second round. She has a 6-shot lead going into the final round. But I think we've heard that before, haven't we? Waco. This is exactly the situation that set itself up in Waco. Sarah had 6 shots going into the last round. Paige, sitting in second place, came back and caught her, winning by 1 on the final hole. Do you think Sarah remembers that? Do you think that's a little bit of throw up in her mouth whenever she thinks about Waco? Do you think she wants to not just win by 1, but she wants to double her lead and win by 12? I think Sarah's going to come out spitting fire and ready to attack. Paige, on the other hand, she's probably thinking, hey, I got this. I've already done it once before. It's not impossible. I know it can happen. She's going to be aggressive. She's going to come out hunting for Sarah. But let's not forget, there's another fly in the ointment here, Jessica Weese. Remember, she took an 8 on the last hole in the first round. Otherwise, she'd only be 2 shots back of Sarah, but she sits tied with Paige, 6 shots back. And you may think, well, this is a big stage for her. Not so fast, my friend. Jessica has several A-tier wins on her ledger. She's got what it takes to win. Can she do it out here at the San Francisco Open? Only time will tell.
Hey guys, thanks for watching the 2018 San Francisco Open. We're here with your round 3 coverage. I'm Madison Walker.
I'm Kona Panis.
And we are so excited to be doing this ladies live footage. We hope you guys are enjoying it, and we hope that you enjoy hanging out with us today.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Cool thing, Sarah, throw it back in.
This is new, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's cool. I like throwing it.
And here we are on hole 1. Y'all remember it if you've watched the last couple of days. It's pretty wide open. It's a par 4. Pretty much you just want to keep it between the lines, out in the middle. There's no real trouble to contend with.
No, it's a bomb forehand from Sarah too. Backhand for Jessica Weese. Let's go.
Today we get to watch Jessica Weese on the lead card as well. Very exciting. Not a fresh face, but just not as often as our veterans.
Paige going with the flex shot. That is max distance.
Wow.
Wow. I mean, I don't think some of the men got there yesterday, so.
That's making your second shot a lot easier getting that far down the fairway.
Cat going center fairway. Crush.
That's all you can ask for, really.
Mm-hmm. So on the upshot too, did you go forehand or backhand?
I went backhand. It's still kind of a forehand bomb. It's definitely in Sarah's wheelhouse, but I still think I like the hyzer route a little bit better.
Yeah, me too. Just let either a mid-range or a fairway, kind of let it glide to the basket.
Well, I threw a destroyer at Kona.
Oh, well, you go, girl. See, these girls throw crush forehands so they can get there, but.
Yeah, I played with Jessica yesterday during the second round, and she was just ripping forehands.
It's so crazy.
Is that in the circle? I think so.
Was Paige safe?
I am not sure.
That looks a little. We'll see.
Being over on the right side of the fairway is kind of hairy.
Yeah, but if you have a forehand, it's okay. Ooh, tree.
I love that Paige has been really working with her forehand putter shots. She's been getting a lot better at them. It's really fun to watch.
Cat going right side. That side always freaks me out because the slope and a lot more trees. We actually had someone go 2 meter over there.
Really? Mm-hmm. I didn't see 1 2 meter this weekend.
Cat taking a 4.
Jessica right under the basket for her 4.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, that's one that I always am used to Paige making.
So if she went OB, she took a.
Did she go OB? I'm not sure.
I don't know, but if she did, she took a 6 on that hole.
Yep, I think that's right. Hokom with the big old putt. I know it's inside the circle, but still.
I mean, that's a 3, no?
That's 3. That's huge.
That's huge, and especially since Paige just took that 6.
So that's a 2-stroke difference. That gives Hokom even more of a headway. I know she had a 6-stroke lead going into the hole, so 8 strokes. I mean, I don't want to say I'd be comfortable with the 8-stroke lead, but it's not bad.
Not bad, but this kind of course plays to Paige.
All right, on to hole 2. Nice little short 279-foot par 3. This is just a pretty run-of-the-mill right-hand, backhand hyzer. Hokom goes first off the tee pad and still makes it look easy. I mean, she's not in necessarily birdie range, but she's up there.
The thing about this hole, because you can't see it from the tee pad, obviously, but you got a low ceiling, and then you're throwing into like a left to right down slope, and so if you hit like on that hill, you can roll and sometimes hop over that wall. So
I actually rolled down the hill today, but I got caught by the wall.
Oh,
Thanks.
So the wall saved you.
Yes,
Okay.
the wall saved me. Happy wall.
Dang, Paige with the park job.
Nice.
Hokom just laying up. She doesn't have to play too aggressive today. She can kind of play a little conservative.
Yeah, just kind of keep it safe. And on this right-hand, backhand hole, I think Hokom's happy with the 3.
Oh, yes. It is cool seeing. I think she's been working on her backhand a little more. I don't know for sure, but
yeah, you can tell.
Oh, it was so close. Who was that?
Double chain out. That was Jay
Oh, it's
Weese.
Jessica. Jay Weese.
From the bush again. That's where she was the last round.
Good 2 for Paige.
And that hole's you kind of want a birdie there, but a 3's fine. Get up, move on. Only 25% of the field got birdies. That surprises me.
Really? Does it?
It does.
Does it?
I feel like that's a pretty gimme hole.
I don't think so,
I got a 3. I say it's a gimme. And I got
Yeah, you jerk. I got a 3 every round.
Oh, I got a 2 the first 2 rounds.
Okay, well, good for you.
Well, moving on. Paige kind of fighting back a little bit, and we're back to a little bit of a longer hole, but still a par 3.
Oh, roller. I mean, the roller, actually, I've seen a lot of women throw the roller on this hole just because the wall stops it if it doesn't hop over.
Oh, man, that was coming in hot.
Safe. Usually, people go for the forehand. And is this...
Hokom just, trying to ace it again.
That was crazy. I saw, she skipped a little too hard. Didn't get to see spot it. Yeah, did you go forehand or did you go backhand?
I went forehand.
You did?
Yeah, my backhand Annie's been doing a lot of turn and burn, so I like the forehand here. It's downhill too, so it kind of carries. Even if you don't necessarily have a big bomber forehand, you can kind of get some distance out of it.
Mm-hmm. Or you can be like Kat and throw a mid-range or putter and glide it all the way to the basket.
It's friggin' perfect. I think that white one is one of her mid-range.
Okay, it is mid-range. Ooh. That was looking tasty.
Yeah, Jess had a little bit of a little problem with the tee shot, but it got up there. She should be able to tap in her 3.
Ooh.
I think Hokom stayed safe.
Yeah, I think she did. I think she did. No, that's where Paige's roller ended. Oh, she needed that. Oh.
Stereotypical Paige.
Mm-hmm. Lean back.
Mm-hmm. Sometimes she defies gravity, I think.
Straight limbo.
Cat with a big comebacker putt. That was awesome. Or was that her 2 putt? Jeez, I'm all over the place.
I think that might have been her 2
That was her 2 putt. Yep, nice birdie.
Mm-hmm. What was the average on this hole?
Only 19% got below a par. But the average definitely was right around a 3. Mm-hmm.
I feel like this is one of the gimme holes, and I bogeyed it too because I went OB.
A gimme birdie?
Nah, yeah, no.
I didn't birdie it at all. No. Nope, I got 3 3s. Catrina got the big 2. That's awesome.
I can't. Okay, this hole.
Yep, and par 4, and it plays like a par 4.
It does. I think for the men, it's a par 3, and I think Avery Jenkins was like, yeah, it's like a 500 or
There's no way.
507-foot hole, par 3, and I didn't see a lot of men. Actually, I take that back. James Conrad took a 2 on this hole. 5 feet from the basket. But we're not talking about men.
Oh, yeah,
We're going to watch these women crush real quick.
Well, I mean, this is a hard shot. I mean,
Flirting.
yes, she missed it.
Safe.
You really would have to like penetrate into the woods to have an easy 3, like even a look at a 3, because even if you're short of those trees anywhere, it's a pretty hairy approach.
Yeah, the right side is definitely more technical going through those trees. Or if I'm thinking what she's doing, she's going through. If you end left, you have more of like a forehand upshot around the trees to the left, and then you could get a 3. I actually had 2 women take a 3 because of that route.
Wow,
Otherwise,
really?
you're taking some 4s. I'm surprised you didn't take that. Your forehand.
I didn't even know it was there.
Forehand. Oh my gosh.
I take the technical route always.
Yeah, so
And it
these
worked
women, and it's working.
So this played at about a par 4, but still 30% of the women got 3.
Oh no way! Did you see that? What?
Wow.
Jay Weese,
She was all over the basket. All over the basket.
tree
About time.
bank. Let's go. That was insanely cool. Dang, Leaf Card's been doing some cool stuff. I need to get on there.
You should be on there.
Solid. It's a good 3. Right? No?
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. I believe that's Kat's 3 as well.
Yep. That's
Dang, a
some
bunch
good
of 3s.
threes.
I was about to say, that's a bunch of awesome 3s on
And
this hole.
Jessica was taking the 4 even after landing in the bunker. Like a circle 4 on this is unbelievable.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Getting to
Scramble
the basket from that bunker is so crazy. So we're leaving that hole with 2 birdies and 2 pars. Not bad. Not bad at all. And moving on to a big old par 5, 1,000 feet.
This is a crush off the tee. Every day it was like either a headwind or like a cross. And so I had
That's
actually,
basically the scariest one.
yeah. Oh yeah. And there was a lot of women like going left, in front of those trees. That was a tough shot.
Yeah, it's like even if you hug the right side of the fairway with like something that's got a little bit of stability, it still sometimes can end up way too far left. But then if you hug the left side of the fairway, you could either hyzer out of bounds over the fence or.
That's gotta drop.
Oh, oof.
And
That got a little lift.
this doesn't show it, but on the right side there is OB where like the tree line is. So if you accidentally decide to go over there, you have to go to the drop
I
zone.
landed there the first 2 rounds.
Really? I did. The second round I did as well.
I think
Jay
Jessica
Weese.
got past that OB. She should be safe. I actually think the forehand is a great route on this hole for staying safe. I switched to the forehand during the 3rd round. It worked really well.
I wish I had a very strong forehand because this is great for it too.
That was a boom from Kat.
In front of the fairway, yeah. She
Oh
should have
my
a good upshot to
That was a
the pin.
mash.
Mhm.
And that's not downhill anymore. That's pretty much on flat ground. So that was an excellent call shot.
Oh, it's got to sit. Ooh, safe.
Yeah, those bunkers on the right,
Stressful.
they come into play. That's for sure.
Yeah, I believe Jessica's been throwing her Faro, I believe, is her driver. It's like a more overstable strike from Infinite Discs, and she crushes that thing backhand and forehand.
Yeah, her forehands with that are unbelievable. She like, throws it like a destroyer and it holds up stability-wise. The Faro is made by Infinite Disc. It's really awesome. Check it out if you need a little bit more of a meaty strike.
Oh,
Paige is still just kind of crashing her way up the left side.
short. Surprising. Get the skip shot.
Trina's got a pretty wide open hyzer shot. Looks like she should be pretty okay. Maybe a little short.
Sit. It's a little left. I mean, but you have an uphill putt, so it's not like you're having a death putt. But if she's behind some trees, just
Running at it hard.
yeah, just a layup.
Yeah, so the wind, this is like in the course right when the wind starts to pick up, and it's the first time you really start to feel it, and it kind of starts getting in your head.
Definitely, especially on the next hole too, because it's super wooded.
Yeah, and this basket being up on the little hill, oof, don't know about you, but I was nervous.
Mm-hmm. Yep. All right, everybody tapping out, I believe.
Looks like there was only 3 fours, 3 birdies on this course
Really?
today. Yep.
Wow.
Hokom got one of them, which we are not surprised by, judging from the rest of her performance this weekend. She's been killing it the last 2 rounds. And then Val Jenkins and Paige Pierce are the other 2 players.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
Go Paige.
Mm-hmm.
And moving on to hole 6. This one is 644 feet. It is a par 4, but the average is over a 5.
Oh, yeah.
So this hole's hard.
Oh, okay. So Kat took the route I took. You know, some
Did you?
people didn't see this route, but it's so much safer. I mean, off the tee, it's scary. But like when you get out there, you're in the open. Where if you go down straight and hit a tree, you're still stuck in woods.
Stuck, yeah.
Oh, Paige is going for it too. Let's go.
I took a 7 on the last hole, so I was like, oh, I'll just take this easier route. And then I stepped up to the tee. I hadn't practiced it, and I was like, this is not easy.
No.
So they're making it look easy and wide open, but it is a scary shot, and it's a tight gap as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's not a bunch of big trees, but it is still scary. Just taking the tree route forehand. Looks like she got out. Oh, no.
Oh. See, this is still a very hard upshot too. You have to try and get out of all these trees, which, she does whatever. It's not that hard, I guess.
That's what I did every
Mm-hmm. And then like before the green and then before the sand trap.
Yeah. So pretty much, from where Hokom and Jess just threw, you can kind of lay up to right in front of that bunker, and then you have like a kind of a mash forehand for your approach, and it's pretty safe. You don't really have to worry about any out of bounds from that location. From where they threw the hyzer shots, where Catrina just threw from, you still kind of do a little layup unless you're really aggressive.
Unless you're like Paige and let's go sit. Oh, that's perfect.
Fine.
Yeah, and then either they might take, which if I were them, I would take the hyzer route, which you go around the trees out like over OB, or you do like what Sarah's doing and just throw the forehand.
Mm-hmm.
And
she's going to be a little short, just outside the circle, I believe, on that tree. Maybe just inside the circle. Just rips one.
And people, you don't know, but the wind is howling on this hole.
Flag. Yeah, you can see the flag, but you just can't hear.
No, you can't. And it's
what this microphone is doing. But
go.
So that's the hyzer route that Kona was talking about. But you do have to throw over out of bounds. It's a little scary.
Okay, Paige is going for the forehand.
I'm surprised the microphone's not picking up the wind out there because it was nuts.
I threw like a forehand and it was like 200 feet because of the wind. Ooh, sick.
There's a bunker, out of bounds bunker behind the basket. You can see a little flag back there. But it doesn't quite come into play unless you really get a hold of one. I wonder how Hokom's putt is going to hold up today.
I was just thinking that because the wind, she has a very lofty, very push putt.
And it's not very much spin on it, which is what like kind of keeps the wind off.
But it is super nose down, so if anything, it'll just knock it down.
Yeah, it would just move to the smart path.
No, that is a weird miss from Paige. Did she go just in the bunker, or is she just in front of it?
On her drive, I thought she might, but
I think she's okay.
Yeah. So yeah, like we said, that plays over a 5. It's definitely a hard par 4. No one got a birdie on it, and only 25% of the field parted. So it plays hard for the FPO field every day. It has.
Vanessa Van Dyken had like a 35-40 footer for 3.
Holy cow!
It was insane. I was like, no way.
Did she do the hyzer route off the tee?
She threw straight, and then she threw in hyzer.
Working it. Jeez, that's scary. All right, so hole 7 is definitely not as scary as the last hole. It's a par 4. It does play over a par 4 for the ladies' field. There's OB along the right-hand side the whole way down, basically in line with all those big trees. The play is to kind of put it out in the field and give yourself a little bit more of an open look towards the basket, which is down on the right.
Yeah, and something I noticed, especially on this hole, is this course is not like all of the other ball golf courses like we've played. Because usually they're like hyzer. Which what I like about this course is like I feel like we have to throw a lot more Anheuser shots as well. So it's like there's a little bit more of a mix, which I appreciate.
Yeah, we're doing sweet shirt. There's I threw a lot of forehands out here, and obviously, Hope I'm doing so well. It's definitely a forehand friendly course. Just taking an aggressive line to the basket. Basically, green, but if you're short of those trees, it's really tough to get a putt. There's not a lot of gaps over there. Paige going out over OB the whole way, taking the backdoor route. Looks like it might have worked.
Ooh. Yeah, and throwing a forehand in this wind's got to be tough.
It's a little tough. If you stable up, it's not bad. I actually rely on it more than the backhand.
Really?
Yes, but...
Oh, Kat throwing a forehand.
Yeah, she's got a really nice forehand form. This was a direct, pretty much headwind, so it was a little bit scary. Hard to approach that basket with OB in your right.
Oh, that wind probably pushed her a little right.
She got a 3 in the first 2 rounds on this hole, so I know she was wanting that.
Oh, Jessica and the Anheuser putt. She has it all with her putt. Yeah.
She got the victory. She threw this yesterday too. That's awesome.
Dang. I felt like this was one of the holes where I'm like, God, this has to be a 3, and I don't think I got a 3 at all this week.
I don't think I did either. It's not easy, but it's definitely there. When there's no wind.
Yes.
There's no wind.
Yes. All right.
Paige taps it in for a birdie as well. Awesome. Those are really good birdies. And it's pretty cool too, this golf course, even though, you can usually like go all over the place. There's a lot of different options for routes here. Even though there's a bunch of trees, there's still a whole bunch of different route options, which makes it kind of fun and everyone can kind of show off their part of their game.
Yeah.
2 birdies, 2 pars, moving on.
So this is a par 4, and it's actually a really difficult par 4. I actually had a few women lay up to the wall, but like it's 490 feet. It feels a lot. It feels longer than that just because of the uphill.
Yeah.
And there's this weird boomerang that Paige just got over.
Christina called it yesterday a fake lake.
A fake lake. I dig it. Yes, it is a fake lake. And it's funny. I'm seeing a lot of women either lay up or going to the right side. I actually went hyzer.
Did you? You went to the
and it was so much safer, and it was an easier approach.
Yeah, Lisa plays there. I would do the layup. I basically go like layup, or layup, putt.
Because if you're going for the right side, if you're going for it like Paige did, you're covering more ground going to the right side other than just doing hyzer.
Yeah, and you're going over more OB, and you're putting 3 different OBs into play. Like, there's not just one.
No.
Hokom's going for it.
I think I saw this drive from Hokom. I was on the other hole. Yeah,
and
it was safe. It was.
Yep. That green's nice and skippy for that shot.
Oh,
like Catrina's doing the same thing.
Was that her layup or was she OB?
That was her layup.
That was her layup. Oh my gosh, she's throwing it directly behind the drop zone.
That's a mash right there. Paige had kind of a funny follow through, and it looks like it's left. And I did a little left and short, but I think it was safe. Oh, it was not safe, apparently.
So she may have gone
into the hazard. Yep, there's a bunker just in front of the green.
That's a hard putt.
Hokom wanted it. This would be such an awesome 3.
I got a 3 every round.
Dang.
I did, but it was like hyzer, and then it was like a full strike up, and then I think I had 1 tap in and 2 50 footers.
Pretty putt. That was awesome. Dang, I was about to really toot the horn of anyone that got threes, and you got threes every round. Well, I got a 5 today, so.
Oh no!
I missed my putt.
Ooh.
Well, it's a tough hole in general, and
It is a tough hole.
it's like,
It is not a gimme. I like how Kat gently puts her discs in whenever she's really close.
just tap it in.
Okay, onto the crusher hole. Dang, and Sarah has she's 12 down for the
I
tournament.
just want to say you were one of only 3 threes on that hole, so it's
No
pretty
way.
impressive. Yes, it is impressive.
Oh, a smash from Jess.
This tee shot is so fun. I just want to empty my bag on it.
Oh, you hear her screaming?
That landed safe or not. That cart path over there is OB. Hokom taking the big old forehand flex route.
And that got down there.
Way down
That's
there.
down there.
Threw my backhand all the way down there and felt really good about it.
I know, me
So
too. I
that's a match.
skipped off the car path and was like, I think I went past Colton's drive for his round. Sorry. Dang, that's a match
Yeah,
too.
really down there.
Late.
Both have easy looks at threes.
I'm
Jessica
assuming
is
Paige's just got down there as well.
Yeah, I think they maybe missed her drive on this hole, but yes, I'm pretty sure she got down there safe.
Tough tree kick. I mean, a 4 on this is okay, but you definitely want to try. Like if you have a great tee shot and you have a solid up, then you can take a 3 pretty easy. But
Catrina left her a little bit shorter than you want to, but she could make the putt for sure. Hokom is just going to pin it.
dang,
I guess
Okay,
that's where
so-
Paige's drive landed.
and that's a match.
Oh my gosh.
That
she
is
it's like
a match.
Eagle putt
Oh my
land. Oof.
Yeah, that's all Jessica can really do. Jeez. Drop.
Ooh. Man, she wanted that. But still 4, still a par. Not bad. Hokom
Yeah.
taking her 3.
Another three.
Looks like only 3 people 3'd it today. Not gonna
And
lie, one
I'm
of them was me.
assuming. Really?
very
Dang.
excited about
Heck
this one.
yeah.
Very excited.
Had it yesterday.
There were some 6s. Oh, Bailey took it. Paige tapping in her 3, making it look easy. She doesn't really even have to think about that hole. It's kind of a
Well, I mean, it's one of those holes where it's like you have to play the wind because there's always a huge right to left, and you're going downhill.
so like it kind of highlights your errors if you do mess up. Just taps in her 4, moves on. And Catrina will do the same. So 2 birdies, 2 pars, not bad for this lead card ladies. And they're heading into the back 9. All right, so I think word on the street is that the camera guys missed the drives on hole 10, but just to let y'all know, it's pretty wide open. It's a par 5 downhill, so basically everyone just kind of drives it down the middle of the fairway. We are getting to watch their second shots as they head towards the trees where the basket is, kind of where that group of people is. Looks like everyone landed safe.
Somewhere on my card, Nicole Bradley got an eagle on this hole today. She took a 3.
Really?
It was the most perfect 3. She banged like a 35, 40 footer.
She can throw really far, but a 3 on this is pretty unbelievable.
Insane. Oh,
She's the only 3 of the day.
really? Dang, that's a great up from Paige.
This is a really, really fun par 5.
I really
it
like this
because,
hole.
Yeah, the birdie is within reach if you are confident and throw 2 matches on your first 2 drives.
I think that's you over there.
You have on the next one.
Eek. Kind of a tough up from her. I've always liked Kat's up shots ever since I started playing disc golf.
She's got him down to a science. Her and Paige Pierce both have the best backhand up shot. They just don't even have to try.
Very smooth. All right, Paige, is this for 3, right?
Yep. Oh.
A little low.
She's been wanting that one every day. She's been right there.
So she's taken a
4.
A 4. Okay. Which is still a birdie. I mean, it's not an eagle.
Yep. But she's been wanting the eagle. I mean, that's so awesome that Nicole hasn't got that eagle. That's unbelievable.
In the hole before, she had a little bit of a mishap, and then she came back and just killed this hole. It was really cool.
Where did her second shot land? Just wondering.
At the tree line.
Wow.
Or no, in the tree line.
Yeah, it had.
Yeah, had to have.
Yeah.
Yeah, otherwise she would have had thrown in. No.
Yeah, from like.
No, I seriously think she made like a 50-footer.
Wow, that's so awesome. Hokom lining up one just inside the circle.
Must be some wind because she's really thinking about it.
Yeah, that flag looks like it's crossing maybe.
No big deal.
My God,
I'll
huge
take
birdie
a
putt.
3.
Huge birdie putt.
Oh no, 4? 4.
That
was a 4.
But birdie 4.
Birdie 4.
That is awesome. I wonder, like, when you're leading in a tournament by that much, does it kind of take? I mean, I know she had that mishap at Waco happen, but does it kind of take a little pressure off your shoulders? You know, where you just kind of feel like you're a little looser? I don't know.
You know, you'd think so, but I feel like it puts a little bit more pressure on because you're like, okay, I gotta still stay focused.
Yeah, but I mean,
I
she
still
just
have a
hit
lead,
huge
but
birdie putt, like no problem. So 3 birdies, that's awesome on that hole. I really wanted that birdie as well.
Okay.
So this next hole is a little uphill turnover shot. It's right around 300 feet, but it plays a little bit more because of the uphill. There's a bunker behind the basket, but it doesn't come into play unless you're a real masher or you throw the roller like Catrina.
Yeah, and I feel like this is a really forehand friendly shot if you can get the distance.
That's the kicker.
Ooh, that's a nice roller
She threw
too.
that yesterday too.
Really?
Yep. Same thing.
I mean, you have to have a really controlled roller for this shot.
And even if you have a forehand mash like Jessica does, it's still just always right out of reach. It's a really tough 2. The women's field averaged at a little bit over a 3. There's actually no 2s on it for the day.
Oof. I think that was going for it, but
Yeah, she's outside the circle still.
yeah.
I watched Hokom's upshot on this from the next tee pad. She kind of got a hold of it. Tried to go around the tree with a backhand approach, and it caught a few skips.
Okay, so everybody gets a 3, but I guess Sarah gets a 4, yeah? Tough.
And that's kind of just a little bit of a boring hole for the ladies' lead card, but getting off clean.
Yeah, Sarah, that doesn't really hurt Sarah, though. I mean, 14 down. She has a little leeway.
Just a little.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
And moving on to hole 12.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh. Wow.
So it's 320 feet, and it is kind of downhillish, but more flat, I'd say, than anything. It just has some elevation.
What? 2 perfectly thrown shots. Okay, you can't see it from the tee shot, but
I know this camera angles makes it look like it's so easy,
yeah,
but it is not.
Oh my gosh. You have to hit this gap. That's not big, but not small. And somehow stay right and glide into the trees and have it not fade out.
And for a backhand, that is unbelievable. Like, it is such a tough backhand shot. I threw forehand all the rounds. Hokom actually doesn't quite put as much as she did on yesterday's round, she usually can really get into that gap and give herself a putt. Paige running at the birdie putt. God, she went past the basket, typical Paige.
Oh,
Just as forehand gets there, gives her a putt. I think she's almost inside the circle. Paige takes her 3.
okay. I thought that was a 2 for a second. I was
Like
like,
Catrina
what?
still hasn't putted. Where is she?
Oh my gosh, is she that close?
She parked or did we
Or
just
maybe
miss,
they
did we
missed
miss a
it.
shot? We'll find out in a second.
Yeah. 3?
Taps in her par as well.
I don't think I saw anyone do this. Was there any 2s?
There are a couple of 2s.
As of that one, oh my god.
Catrina is one of them. What a great drive. That's unbelievable. Just takes her 3. And Paige Pierce got the other 2. Nice job.
Dang, Paige,
She's out
you
there
go,
doing
girl.
it. Yeah, she's out there doing it. Lots of 3s, a few 4s, 5s, and 6s. But that one played pretty 3-ish for the women's field overall. Oh, and they're already off.
They were in a rush.
So this is just a big
Ooh.
old hyzer. There's not really any trouble off the tee or down by the basket. It's just downhill.
Well, unless you go past it, there's still that green behind the basket that you could skip because it's downhill and it is downsloped in the grass. Sometimes you get that big skip.
Yeah, if you put a little too much spin on it. Those branches, I guess, too, do come into play. I dealt with the branches as well.
Really?
Uh-huh.
And it looks
usually
like
they
Jess might.
filter you up. Oh, man, they got Plinkoed hers the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. And there's 2 meter in effect. So if you do throw it in there, you do get a stroke, which I don't think we'll have that issue with this card, but I actually had a few women on my cards on different holes, obviously, get 2 metered. Ooh!
Dang.
Why is she shaking her head, girl? You have a big lead.
And that was a big old putt, too. It's like outside the circle. Ooh, Paige wanted that one. Sarah looking for 2. Oh, just a little too short. Katrina with a 2? Yep.
Dang.
And she was one of only 2 2s on that hole. How crazy is that?
Well, I twoed it the first 2 rounds, and then today we had a little bit more of a headwind.
Paige takes her 3. Nice comeback here. That surprised me. Only Katrina and Vanessa Van Dyken with 2s. Great job.
Vanessa had literally a 1 foot drop in.
Oh,
You go, girl.
That's good, I guess. That's okay.
It's fine.
But yeah, I guess it plays harder than it looks.
It looks like Sarah's running away with it.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local next-gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
All right, moving on to hole 14, 260 feet. It's a little bit uphill. A tight gap for sure. There's OB on the left side if you kick one of the trees and kick left. This hole is hard.
You know, I bogeyed it first 2 rounds. It's a real tunnel shot. And we had a headwind.
Yeah, we did have just kicking headwind. Just always makes us look easy. She did it the same thing yesterday.
Did you forehand or backhand?
Forehand every time.
I thought about the forehand as well, but I was scared I wouldn't get the turnover I needed.
That's the thing. If you mess up, it finishes to the right, and that's where you kind of want to finish. If you're going to mess up. Is Hokom wearing a tank top? It was legit cold out there.
Really? I got toasty. I wish I wore shorts.
God, I was wearing a long sleeve Xena jacket. Florida. Hashtag Florida life.
Hashtag Florida. Hashtag what's California.
Hashtag California is windier than I remember.
Yeah. Well, we are in the Bay Area.
And we're up on a hill. Like, you can see the bay from the course. It's
Which
pretty much
stinks that they didn't get their tee shot on hole 9 because you could see the ocean from the tee shot.
Yeah,
So
it's like the most scenic tee.
Yeah, what the heck?
And Paige, running at it.
Yeah, tough putt though. You're going uphill.
Is this Jessica's birdie putt?
I believe it was.
She got a little farther the last 2 rounds.
She looked a little upset. I think she's got the comebacker.
Yeah, I mean, with that wind, even if you give yourself a 20-foot comebacker, you're nervous. You know? 15, even 15 sometimes. Every time.
Every time.
Every time, always nervous.
Is this Sarah's 3 or 2?
This is for 3, I believe.
This is for 3.
Mm-hmm. If it's for 2, to be honest, I'm not sure. I changed my mind. Yep, it's for 3. So,
okay, it is for 3.
Yep. I think apparently this is for Catrina's 3 as well. Yeah, because she hit early tree. Yep. Apparently there's only 1, 2 in the whole field for the whole day. Crazy. Vanessa Van Dyken again.
I'm telling you, yes, she parked it. She parked it.
Back-to-back 2s?
Her back
awesome.
9 was beautiful.
Was it?
It was annoyingly beautiful. Yeah, that was insane.
That is awesome. Paige tapping in her par. And that's, I mean, you can be happy with par on that hole, especially in that wind. Mm-hmm. Pretty much pars are awesome out here.
Oh, I thought she was putting again.
Just practicing.
She's just getting her reps.
Mental reps, almost more important than physical reps.
I agree.
So this next hole is an elevated basket downhill, almost 400 feet. Yeah, it's
but
beautiful.
you know, she makes it look like it's extremely easy.
That's still a hard putt. That's still a really hard putt. That's where I was.
We had a right to left wind.
Right to left / tail. It's kind of swirly.
Yep, and we're trying to throw Anheuser shots. So this isn't the easiest of, or you can just ace it like Paige. Oh my, beautiful.
I threw a forehand like Jessica.
So when I saw Jessica throw her forehand, I believe, I don't remember, I think it was the first round I played with her, she parked it, like tap in. And, okay, just do it again, whatever, that's cool. Oh my gosh.
She did it yesterday too, it was unbelievable.
Wow.
Even though it's almost 400 feet, 385 feet downhill, it's pretty reachable. That hill helps a lot. Hokom does the same thing, gets barely inside the circle, and she's running at it.
She's running. I'm just kidding.
What's she doing?
And that was a headwind putt too, so good thing she
scary
let that.
Headwind, scary elevated basket, scary deathy behind.
I don't know. Would you play more aggressively or less aggressively if you're in the lead? I feel like I'd be like, I'd go for everything because I'm like, I had such a big lead. No, just kidding. No, I take it back.
By a million.
By like 20 strokes.
I feel like I would. I don't know. It depends on the situation.
I feel like no. I don't think I would because I'd be too much of a weenie, and I'd be like, okay, if I start messing around, I'm gonna start losing.
Yeah, losing strokes here.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm on a part of team no layup for life.
Yeah.
So like once I was leading, I would just not.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's bang all my 70 footers.
Full throttle, baby.
All right, that was Jess's 2.
That was awesome.
Wow.
She took it yesterday too. That's really nice too.
Is Paige's 2 as well?
I believe yes.
Oh, jerk.
Yeah. That's a really. I wonder what she throws off the tee there.
I think, if I'm not wrong, it kind of looked like a putter, but it's probably maybe.
It's her red one. Yep, that is a marshal, I believe, or I mean deputy. I believe it's a putter. Deputy. Yep.
A putter.
It's a putter.
Or almost 400 feet, 383 feet, and she's throwing a putter.
Yep, that is if I remember correctly, it's a hand-eye deputy.
Makes me want to yell.
Catrina taps her 3 in. And they say, let's get the F off this elevated basket in the wind. Let's move on.
All right, Sarah with a hefty lead.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
players' parties,
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
All right, so you think that this is only 280 feet, so easy hole, but wrong, it's an island, and it's so windy. So,
is that green or red? That looked like a red.
That's red. This wind was insane. crossing right to left. So crazy.
This shot was scary, what Jess is throwing, because it lifts and then drops and lifts and drops.
Oh my gosh. Is that double reds? Whoa.
So talking about Kat, she's going Heiser route. She has a really cool pin on, what's that person that does the pins?
Disc golf pin?
Yes.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hers is
She got a
super
new
cute.
one?
I don't know if it's new, but
I haven't seen it.
they're really cute.
Hokom pulling out the jokery, her trusty approach disc, and making it look easy. Oh.
Wow. Did you throw you threw her in, didn't you?
I threw a Thunderbird, though. She's throwing like a stable mid. Yeah, whatever. I like kind of pump a forehand Thunderbird. Check them out online.
Check them out.
Links on my Instagram profile.
Is it your Thunderpicker?
Yep, my Thunderpicker.
Oh, shout out. Factory Store. Come on, check them out. We have a bunch of athletes who actually just got their disc, so.
Oh. Dang, I thought that was in.
Is that for her?
So the drop zone is a little bit unfriendly on this today, but I watched Lisa chain out on her drop zone shot today in that wind.
She went for it?
Yeah, she went for it. She decided she wanted to play aggressive in the last few holes because she was 2 strokes back from the next spot up. So she went for it, and it almost went in.
Oh my God.
It was a great shot. Jessica's gonna tap in. It's nice to not have a putt on this hole. The flag doesn't look crazy right now, but I'm telling you, there was a moment that I was lining up my putt that the trees were like howling. You know, whenever it's like a hurricane.
Yep. You're like, okay, what's going on? I thought we were in California.
I got down on a knee and just like pitched it up upside down. I was like, am I in Kansas? Toto?
Dude, that's, you know what? Paige Pierce probably loves this win.
Oh,
she's like, I'm back home.
Oh, yeah.
No, she's like, oh my God.
Paige,
is that a short joke?
That was a short joke. Oh my gosh, she's gonna hate me. Okay, next hole. Okay, we shake it off.
Hole 17, par 4. 442 feet uphill. This plays more like 500 feet.
I call it a gimme par 4, but it's not. It's hard. It is hard. I feel like we should all be able to 3 it, but because it's only 440 feet and it's a par 4, I mean, and there's not really that much trouble.
No.
But it's hard.
But Paige has a putt for 2, so it's whatever, I guess.
Eagle putt. But yeah, it's pretty much straight uphill. Jessica rips her Annie Farrow again, murders it, gets it way up there. The only trouble is the tree right off the tee pad and the tree right before the basket. So as long as you don't contend with those, you're
well, and we have a left-right wind on this hole too. So like the Anheuser shot off the tee is like kind of sketch.
It is sketchy, but it doesn't flip all the way over and roll like mine did.
Touchy subject. Too soon.
Speaking from experience. You can see Catrina's ponytail really whipping.
So this is when I looked at live scoring, and I was only 1 stroke out of getting almost throwing it in. Look, she's like, oh my God.
She did the Paige lean back.
Yes. And so I went for this hole. I took a 3.
Did you?
Oh, we'll throw it in for 2. Let's go.
She wants it.
Yeah, she did. She's like,
I had to can like a 45-footer in the wind to get 3 on this hole. I'm like, oh, gimme. Wrong.
No.
Hokom.
Oh,
yeah. She just makes it look easy. Nice birdie.
Dang.
She's putting back downhill too. She's fast.
That's scary. Scary putt.
Just doing the straddle.
But she's Jessica Weese, so I feel like she's gonna make it.
Yeah, her putting is awesome. Oh, she made it.
No way.
Let's be real. She made it. That was.
I don't know. There is a right to left wind, and she did hit left side.
And she threw Heiser putt.
Yep.
Let's just pick apart her putt.
No, she keeps on going back and forth though. She was Anheuser and then she's Heiser, so I think she's just having a tough time picking which one is comfortable. I guess.
I think it would be kind of cool, just like being good at forehand and backhand off the tee. It would be cool to be good at Anheuser putting. You know, like can you imagine having both? Just like being really good at straddle and a stagger stance. Like that would be. She's pissed. Kick. Katrina taps in.
Jessica still took a 4, right?
Yep, she still took.
Okay, so she still took par. All right, going to the last hole.
so excited that the San Francisco Open is here, that all these disc golfers have come to the Bay Area. Welcome to the Zuka Zone. Zuka! Come on and join us this weekend. Watch some great disc golf. Love to have you.
And final hole. Hokom has a sizable lead at this point. Still very exciting.
And, you know, I don't think she can give it away on this at all.
She'd have to really do some crazy messing up.
Which I don't think she will.
No, I don't think she will either. And this hole doesn't, I mean, yeah, you could take a high score, like we saw Jessica take an 8 on it during the first round, but it would have to be a lot of unlucky rolls.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't think it's rolls. I think it's bunkers, hazards, and greens.
Mm-hmm. Paige, wow, she's playing the aggressive right-hand side. There's OB over there, so that is
safe.
A risky shot, and she's going to have to deal with those big trees. Just taking the forehand route. I think that's a smart play on this hole. Even in the wind, I really do like the forehand route here.
Well, yeah, and you're staying away from that OB to the left, that because of it's sloping right to left too, so the hyzer shot seems to skip the discs over there.
Yeah, I call that the fluky bunker.
The fluky.
It's not even a bunker. It doesn't look like a bunker, but it's still like.
Yeah, I think they're just doing it just so we don't get in there and break an ankle.
Yeah, hang out in the pit.
Hang out, what's up? Meet me at the pit, yo.
Hokom going for it uphill. This is more uphill than it looks. That's a mash.
Ooh, that
she landed
bunker, maybe?
I think that's red. I think that is red. She's like, I don't even care.
She's like, girl, throw me in the bunker. I don't even care.
Paige, go ahead to it. Doesn't matter.
I like the sand.
She's going to the beach on hole 18. That's what I call going to the bunker. Like, well,
girl, you going to the beach? Don't talk to me.
I hate the beach. Catrina gets all the way across the green.
Put a shot. Throw it in. Throw it in. Oh, she's a people pleaser. She wanted to show him what's up.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people sitting on those bleachers. You can see them up there. It's pretty fun.
It's very nerve-wracking.
So Hokom's taking it all the way from the other side of the green. I guess she landed on the green, not in the bunker. So.
Bang it, Jess. I think she was just going. Oh, maybe she wasn't going for a lip. I take it back. She looks angry.
Maybe that was Jess. The screen we're looking at is very small, so if we can't see things correctly, we're very sorry.
All right. So this is the safe par, right? Oh. Wind must have freaked her out. She's like, I don't feel like doing that in front of a bunch of people.
She's like, I'm at the beach. I'm trying to just chill.
I'm just trying to hang out.
Paige had some bogey.
Really?
That got so high. Yeah, I think it's dealing with those big trees. I'm going to take her bogey. She's it as well. Just taking her par and moving on.
And here's for the exciting part.
Does she go for it?
Oh my gosh. I would hope so.
Yes. And look at Sarah Hokom getting her win. I love to see that.
Huge win.
Huge win.
Our 2018 Women's Champion for the San Francisco Open, Sarah Hokom.
That's awesome.
She's so hot, she's wearing a tank top.
Hey, girl. That was awesome. Congrats, Sarah. I'm kind of speechless. Like, Sarah won by 8 strokes.
Yes.
And I'm actually...
She did.
She broke Paige's streak, and I'm actually kind of surprised that Kat didn't go for that putt. She must have not known, but her and Paige tied.
For second. Mm-hmm.
So if Kat maybe would have made that putt, she may have gotten solo second. So they tied for second.
But no matter, it is awesome after all the Waco stuff to see Sarah really come back and clinch this victory, and not only by a little bit either. I mean, she sealed the deal pretty early on and kept at it the whole round. So consistency she played really awesome on this golf course, and we were happy to get to sit and watch that happen.
Yes, congratulations, Sarah.
And thank you guys for coming and watching the 2018 San Francisco Open FPO ladies coverage. We love this whole early live coverage thing. We're happy that you guys like it as well. Thanks for all your viewing.
All your donations.
The donations. We appreciate that as well. So I can pay these ladies for doing what they do. Thanks to the Pro Tour for making this happen. Thanks to Terry Miller, Johnny Van Dusen, all the Smashbox, the people that were out there filming all the ladies' cards. We think that you guys are amazing, and we can't wait till next year to come back to San Fran.
Yeah, and thank you, Innova, as well, for sponsoring us.
But we'll see you guys later. Stay tuned for the men's footage, and I'm sure there's going to be a lot of exciting stuff in store. Very windy. Anything could happen.
Anything. Thank you, guys.
Anywhere safe, you can call it Ricky. Eddie Rick! Ricky Wysocki! What a shot, Simon! Are you kidding me?
A little too high, but it's good.
That's a bomb.
Yeah,
it's
get
really
in the hole.
good.
Get in the hole.
Holy cow. Holy cow. Did you watch round two? That was incredible. Did you see everything that happened yesterday? Let's do a quick recap because we've got some incredible action about to take place. So for a minute there was 19 people within 3 strokes of the lead. 19 people. It was so tight coming down the back 9 of the second round yesterday that really any 4 people could have ended up on the top card. You had some guys that were making a move from way back. Guys like Drew Gibson, guys like Eric Oakley, guys like Cameron Sheehan. And then you had kind of the stalwarts, the guys that have been winning everything on the lead card, right? And oh, by the way, you had a guy named Ricky coming off several cards back to get back onto the lead card, and he even had the lead outright there towards the end of the round. But as it stands now, despite all of these people that seem to figure out the course on the second day, and add those to their decent scores from the first day, and the guys that shot really good on the first day shot just kind of average today, and so what that's done is brought everything together. Oh man, are we set up for a fantastic finish. So here's our lead card. Paul McBeth, Ricky Wysocki, Nate Doss, Drew Gibson. All names that you know. And you know another interesting thing? This card represents the last 7 world championships on the MPO side. Nate getting 1 of those. He's got 2 other ones besides that. Paul getting 4, Ricky getting 2 of those. This is going to be incredible. Champions that have proven their mettle against the hardest competition are all stepping out here to this course. Drew wanting to show that, hey, he's not just a big thrower. He's got what it takes to win this tournament. I think he does, actually. I think he does. Maybe this is the time when Drew takes his step onto the big stage. But if he wants to take that step, oh brother, he's going to face some challenge, right? Ricky and Paul and Nate are all sitting there. He's tied with Nate, Ricky, and Paul, 2 shots ahead of him. Now, Paul and Ricky had somewhat similar rounds, right? They had some things that they want to clean up on, but for the most part, relatively clean, lots of birdies. Now, Ricky obviously coming from further back, so he had a few more. Nate, slow and steady, wins the race. He never really got in a lot of trouble. He didn't get tons of birdies, and he had some opportunities that he missed. There were several putts where Nate was looking up to the heavens thinking, man, if I had just been a couple of inches higher, lower, left or right, or whatever it was. I think these guys have got this course figured out. Now, does that mean that Glen Eagles is just going to roll over and let them all score big? I doubt it. What it probably means is that these guys are going to start getting aggressive because they know that every single stroke counts. And when you get aggressive is when Glen Eagles comes to take your lunch money. So I'm super excited to see what's about to happen here. And maybe somebody that we're not even talking about is going to come up to this lead card and take it away from him. Let's talk about one of those guys, Simon. He was leading after the first round. He had a putt on the last hole to stay on the lead card. He missed a putt from on the hill on the 18th hole from just inside the circle. That putt went flying past the basket and into the hazard. His comeback putt he missed, and his little 10-foot doinker just to clean up his 6 he missed as well, and took a 7 on the last hole, dropping him all the way into tied for 10th. I think he's going to have a little bit of fire tomorrow, and Simon aggressive is really fun to watch. So we've got all the best names in disc golf challenging for this win. Almost every one of them has a realistic opportunity to do it. This is going to be fun. Hey Peter, how's it going?
Pretty good.
So is it just me, or do a lot of people come at you with Office Space quotes?
Not a ton. It might just be you.
Okay. Because I think you're the only guy named Peter that I know, and so all I can think of is, "Hey Peter, man, what's happening?" All right, sorry. I had to work it in, I suppose. So we're in California. You're a California guy, right? So what was it like growing up here? This place is way different than what I'm used to. So like for you, this is home. This is normal. What was young Peter in California like? What was life like?
Life seemed pretty normal. I was my parents are both big mountain bikers, big cyclists, so they take me out and out in nature a lot. We went camping a lot as a kid, so I kind of just continued the theme and just kept being outside and enjoying nature.
So like hunting and fishing and hiking and all that stuff, or like set up a camp and cook s'mores and then go home?
More like hiking and biking and setting up camp. Not a whole ton of hunting.
Yeah. Was your dad like mountain man?
Somewhat.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like if a bear showed up, would he does he have like a plan? Do you have a plan?
Try to get big and scare it away. That's my plan.
Let me see your big bear scare.
Be big and loud, maybe hit some pans together.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so before disc golf, right? So you're an athletic guy, you came into disc golf.
Mm-hmm.
What was Peter's life like before disc golf? What were you up to?
I played a lot of soccer. But I also started disc golf at 11, so there's not a whole ton of memory of not playing disc golf.
Okay.
So I played soccer a lot. I rode my bike a decent amount, and pretty much once I started to be able to be independent, I just disc golfed all the time. So that's what I remember mostly.
What part of California did you grow up in?
I grew up in San Luis Obispo. So
that's like mid-state, right?
Yeah, it's on the coast, 3.5 hours from here. South of San Francisco.
Okay, so is this the sort of golf that you're used to? Kind of lots of elevation changes, big trees, that sort of stuff? Or is it more open or more tight or what?
It's super diverse in California, but there's a couple courses that are similar to this with some rolling hills and big shots.
Okay. What's your favorite part about being on tour?
Just being able to change your venue week by week. Even if it's somewhere I really like, it's nice to just leave and kind of maybe think back on it and realize why you liked it, and just have a new scenery every week.
Okay, so if every first round I could promise you 3 people on your card, like who do you really enjoy playing with at tournaments?
I really like playing with Nate Perkins and James Conrad. Those are 2 that I really like. And then I like playing with Bobby Music too.
Okay, so you said James Conrad, Nate Perkins, and Bobby Music?
Yep.
Well, man, that's east to west right there.
Pretty much,
that includes everybody. Okay, what is it about those guys that you like playing?
They just like to have fun on the course. They're serious. They want to play good golf, but they also like to be loose and not too serious and have a good conversation on the course.
Okay. Are you a kind of a happy-to-go-lucky guy out there? Are you intense, like driven in, nobody talk to me sort of stuff?
I'm more happy-go-lucky. I like to chat and kind of forget about my shots.
Yeah.
Or just focus when I really need to focus, and then just look around and maybe have a casual conversation.
Yeah, if you'd said you're the serious guy, I don't know if I would have believed that. Like, I have a hard time picturing you like rage at the basket if you miss a putt. Like, I don't know if I'd ever see that. So, like, do you when you're not golfing and you're on the road, are you like, I need to find a place to go hike? Like, is that like in your blood? Is that what you do when you're not on the course?
Pretty much, yeah. I look at all the state parks or just ocean beaches or anything nearby. That's kind of another reason I like to be on tour is go explore nature in different places.
See, we're a little bit different in that because when I'm in a new place, I look for the taco place and where can I get a cool cinnamon roll or something like that.
I look for that too, but that's maybe the second thing I look for.
All right, guys, now we are on the final hole 18 of the Glen Eagles golf course. It looks like the tee shot's going to be fairly tight with a couple limbs coming into play off the tee. The player is going to be looking to get a fairly straight, slightly turning hyzer flip drive off the tee pad to land fairly flat. I think a lot of the players are going to be looking to attack the green with either a sidearm approach shot to stay away from that bunker on the right-hand side. They're also going to want to make sure that they don't throw it too far and go out of bounds in that golf green or with the bunker, which is short right of the green. It's going to be interesting coming down the stretch to see if we see any players maybe go for some type of roller off the tee shot here. This green is very tight. There's a lot of out of bounds, and it's going to be a great finishing hole for the San Francisco Open.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the third and final round of the 2018 San Francisco Open presented by Innova Champion Discs. Ricky Wysocki, your leaders on the tee. And Wysocki with a smashing drive on the first hole. We're glad you could join us. It's myself, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, along with Dixon Jowers. Dixon, I think we're in for a great afternoon. They've just called off Paul McBeth's name, and Paul and Ricky, man, this kind of feels like yesteryear, doesn't it?
Yeah, for sure. We've been talking about Paul and Ricky all night, but there's a bunch of other guys who are saying, hey, what about me?
And you see the wind bounces going up and down on McBeth's drive that ultimately finishes right in the center of the fairway.
Yeah, the wind has definitely picked up today.
Of his own, Drew Gibson on the tee third. Earlier in the day, I heard our tournament director, Sean Jack, say, man, I really wish the wind would have been normal out here this weekend, meaning it seemed like it was relatively calm from what is day-to-day out here at this course.
Yeah, this is the normal wind, normal direction and normal speed. I don't think I could throw that far, even with a giant wind.
Even had a tailwind?
Yeah, I don't think so. I had a chance to catch up with a couple of these guys. Drew is feeling super just calm. He is ready to go play golf. He's not nervous right now, so I'm curious to see on the big stage right now how he's going to perform.
And someone with plenty of accolades and travel experience and even leader card experience and then some, your three-time world champion, Nate Doss, center of the fairway. Let's listen to a word from our sponsor, Night Eyes.
Flash Flight LED disc golf discs just changed the game. The unique Disco Select feature allows everyone to choose their own color by simply pressing the middle button, then pressing it again during the first rotation of colors when the one you want appears. Or you can leave it in disco mode, rotating through the 6 different colors for the duration of your game. Designed by serious professionals, crafted from Night Eye's unrivaled Sure Grip material, and featuring Night Eye's patented fiber optics array, these discs strike the perfect balance of durability, stability, performance, and just plain awesomeness. With easily replaceable batteries and an uber-long life, the Flash Flight driver, mid-range, and putter will shine as they blaze your path to victory, day or night. Night Eyes. Discover your solution.
And welcome back, everyone. Again, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, along with Dixon Jowers. Dixon, I think we're going to blend right into the wall here as we're sporting the blue. We've
Sunday
got
blues.
Blue skies out there. Everyone enjoying some San Francisco weather. Hopefully you enjoyed the commentary and the action that Kona, along with Madison, they brought us for the FPO coverage. Spoiler alert, your champion is Sarah Hokom, and congratulations. What a massive undertaking, as not only did she win, but she won handedly over someone who hasn't been beat all year.
Yeah, Sarah, it never got any closer than it started. She actually had stretched her lead out to 9 strokes at one point. She owned this course, and everybody had to come catch her, and they could not play as well as she did.
They didn't. So congratulations, Sarah Hokom, picking up a Disc Golf Pro Tour win here in San Francisco. Nate Doss assessing the situation here. Hole number 1, 668 feet. Plenty of trouble on the right-hand side. I think this approach shot is maybe a little bit more difficult than it seems, as it kind of filters downhill. You have to make sure you get around, of course, all the OB area, and then you're playing to a sloped green.
Yeah, Nate's kind of stuck in the middle here. You either want to be further left or further right, and he's going to have to really try to bend one around here. But he's been throwing probably that exact same piece of plastic for years and years and years, and so he's got it kind of figured out.
Paul McBeth, of course, starting the day in a tie for first place at 14 under par. I was talking to the course designer, Leonard, and he had said, I projected 21 to win it. So we're 2/3 of the way through the course, and he said that 21 under par he thinks will win it in the MPO division. We'll see just how accurate he was.
It's interesting that Paul was going with the backhand there. I would assume from that angle that that's just that's forehand territory for him. It's not it's a slightly downsloping green, but it's not an especially fast green. There's some thickness down there, so even if you were coming in hot, I don't think you would get any sort of giant flare skips or anything.
Dixon, did you get any chance to catch up with Ricky Wysocki? Of course, we saw him in the opening round. The story this weekend for him is definitely his finger. But did you have any updates on the status of his finger?
Well, he tried yesterday with some super glue or new skin, some sort of material like that, and he was having problems with it. He got some sort of chalk or pitching talc or climber's talc, something like that he put on about halfway through the round, and then he just didn't look back. Basically, he's just saying, I'm just going to grin and bear it for this weekend. What'll be interesting is, I think he'll be able to make it through this round. I wonder if he's going to be able to keep playing as much golf as he has, or if he's going to have to pull out of an event or two to let his finger heal.
We know lots of our pros are heading to Seattle next weekend, and then 2 weeks later, or 2 weeks from now, will be Beaver State Fling. We'll see if he's all good to go by then. This is Gibson's backhand approach. Fair to say that Drew Gibson doesn't go to a forehand unless it's absolutely necessary?
Yeah, for sure. And actually, he's got, just like all of his shots, he's got decent power on his forehand. It's just not the most comfortable shot for him. And so if he can avoid it, he's going to. Kind of like Nate Doss. It's not absolutely necessary to have, as has been shown by some of the people that have won world championships. Climo doesn't have a really good forehand. Eric McCabe doesn't have a world-class forehand.
Barry
Nate
Schultz.
Doss doesn't. Barry Schultz doesn't. It's not essential, but it is a tool to have in the bag. And so they have, they can use it if forced, but it's not the number one choice. I'll eat broccoli if my wife puts it on the plate, but I'd rather have mashed potatoes. That's basically how it breaks down.
And McBeth with a solid-looking run, but doesn't convert. He's going to let this one get by him here today on hole number 1.
Yeah, and he had birdied this the first 2 rounds, so I'm sure he's thinking already, well, that wasn't a great start. And he has actually missed it the first 2 rounds. So this for him to take a 1-stroke improvement on this hole for the tournament.
An early miss here by Nate Doss. Very surprising to see. I think we've seen a few of his putting woes. Yesterday, I think there were a few putts that I think you and I would both more or less just assume or count on for being good by Doss, but hope that's not a sign of what's in store. And I was just about to say it, that I feel like Drew has really improved his putting over the last year or two, which has elevated him here to places like this lead card and put him in contention. A few weeks ago, we also saw him in contention at the Glassblown Open. And I think it's his putting that has really made the difference. I'm glad I didn't say that right before he missed his putt, though.
Right, because then he would have missed. Oh, wait, he did anyway. So Ricky here, actually, to take solo lead if he can hit this putt. Oh, balk. I think that means the runners get to advance. I don't know what it means for disc golf, though.
Looks like Ricky's going to opt for a slightly different stance, and it doesn't affect him. And Wysocki, your outright leader, first place here at -15, opens with a solid birdie on the first hole. And as the rest of the card taps in, they'll have to walk away with their pars. Wysocki, your leader. And we'll see you in a few moments after a whole preview from Central Coast and Corey Merle.
Hole 2 marks our first par 3 out here at Glen Eagles, coming in at 378 feet. of pure hyzer. The OB cart path does play right and beyond, so fair warning if you're trying to get too testy with that cypress on the right. If our competitors do happen to fall out of bounds, they have the option of re-teeing from our FPO tee, which is cut in short. The out of bounds is not the only danger, as putting into the wind will be a bit tricky, as this hole does play home to a first of 3 raised baskets, brought to you by the Pro Tour.
The monitor, I'm like that.
Welcome back to hole number 2. We, of course, want to thank Central Coast, Corey Merle, and all of the San Francisco Open staff who have made this weekend just a tremendous addition to the Disc Golf Pro Tour, this being our first year here in San Francisco. Glad you guys could join us on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Please go out and like and share. Let everyone know you're watching live disc golf right here with the Disc Golf Pro Tour and Smashbox TV.
Yeah, and with this big tailwind here, I think Ricky is just trying to go for the safer shot, make sure to stay out of that tree, but he finds some other shrubs that are going to cause him some problems there. Probably not birdie 2 for Rick. So the rest of the card with an opportunity to get that stroke back. And Paul, about the same as Rick, just a little bit short. I think they might be thinking that this tailwind is going to help them more than they're giving credit for. Yeah, same thing for Drew there. It actually looks like up on the plateau where this basket is, it was a left to right wind, where it should be. You can see the big flag behind Nate, just whipping straight tailwind. Oh no, that is not a good spot to be right there.
Listen to a word from our sponsors on hole 2. And speaking of the Grateful Dead and that famous house, I'd like to thank Seth from Disc Golf Strong. Last night I said, hey, we've got a little bit of time to take in some San Francisco, and we ultimately were out by the Golden Gate Bridge, and we also found ourselves down in front of that house taking a picture. So we traveled all around, took in a little bit of the sights and sounds and scenes from San Francisco. Amazing city to be in, of course, as we're watching Wysocki with a very conservative layup here, just putting it next to the pin.
Yeah, I got to imagine that as much as the wind looks like it's moving, it's got to be doing even more than we think, because that's not something you usually see Rick just completely bail out on like that. Nate now trying to figure this out. This is automatic layup territory, but there must be something extra in there with him having to take as much time as he is. Paul now from inside circle 1, but this is slightly uphill with a screaming tailwind. He's probably having to aim about halfway up that flag to compensate for this wind. There you go, Paul. Gets that shot back from Rick.
So with that, he's knotted it back up at 15 under par. They'll move into the third hole tied up. And Drew Gibson really had to think about that. It seems like he was a little perplexed with exactly what he's doing. And right now, the same thing. Is he thinking about the wind here? And is he even considering the idea of laying up?
Paul looked like he was no more than about 25, so if Drew's inside of that and considering laying up, that ought to tell you how difficult of a putt this is. And he does. Wow. Wow, Drew is an aggressive player, to say the least. That is shocking right there.
And the rest will tap in. Paul McBeth, the lone birdie, and now back in a tie for first. We'll see you guys on hole 3.
Tempercraft USA. Double walled 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Hole 3 looks to play its role as the last stage in the calm before the storm. Coming in at 444 feet, this par 3 is one of the more gettable holes out here on the course, playing downhill and left to right by nature. Power and precision is required on the sidearm shot or extreme touch on the backhand turnover. The cart path left of the pin does not play OB, but that Disc Golf Pro Tour wall to the right will, as competitors look to stay safe on the left side and putt back towards the OB.
So after that birdie, Ricky and Paul now tied 2 shots ahead of Eagle, who is actually in second place right now, 1 shot ahead of Drew and Nate, who have both started off par-par. This is still going the same direction as 1 and 2, so massive tailwind. Looks like Paul got that to skip and slide, lean up right next to the wall.
Great looking shot by Wysocki. Maybe not quite as tight to the right side as he was hoping for, so he could filter closer to the basket. Would you say this is out of Drew Gibson's range in terms of a forehand? Obviously, he's going with the backhand, but could he get a forehand there if he really wanted to?
It's out of his comfortable range. He might be able to really grip one and just absolutely rip it there, but I don't know if he would feel good about doing that.
And he gets a green pickleball paddle.
Wow.
Now, I hate to ask this because it's impolite, but was that supposed to be a roller or was that supposed to be a turnover?
That looked like a turnover shot that turned into the old thrower there. And actually, he got lucky because once that wall stops, the OB line continues. And it looked like he may have rolled over the line and hit a tree and bounced back in.
And I like the line by Doss here coming in and just past the basket. Beautiful shot by Nate Doss.
Useful.
Here's a word from our sponsor on 3.
Back it up.
Welcome back, everyone. Dixon Jowers and Terry Miller, the disc golf guy, here in San Francisco. We're just a few miles away. Last few days, we've been on an off-site location for a booth, Smashbox TV and the Pro Tour, trying to mix things up, give you guys all sorts of different angles, looks, and sounds at every single tournament we're at. We want to thank Kona and Madison for joining us a little bit earlier, something we've really never done before this weekend, which was attempt to give you every single shot from the women's coverage and then have live commentary over the top of that from a team of women. And it seems like it was really well received this weekend.
Yeah, well, I mean, even just to look at what they do, I mean, they get off the course and literally they're heading over here within about 10 or 15 minutes of when they get done and starting commentary about 10 minutes after that. I mean, Kona was trying to choke down some food in between talking about holes because she had just gotten off the course. So I really appreciate their desire to do that and their work ethic and trying to bring that to the masses here.
Tremendous effort from them, and also just the chaos of running around and helping us out with the broadcast, and they're doing it, of course, for all of the fans out there. Just I can't think of a better way to do it. I really like it. It was good to have them. So thank you, and also thank you specifically to Madison. She actually helped kind of co-coordinate the 3 different co-commentators she had for the weekend.
Yes, there you go. You don't see Ricky, you hardly ever see Ricky lay up at all, so I highly doubted it was going to happen 2 holes in a row. I mean, if Paul and Ricky can get a couple of birdies separation from the rest of the group here, we might see kind of one of the traditional battles that we've always, that have been happening a lot over the last few years, but that we hadn't seen this year. So it might come down to an old school Ricky and Paul alley fight here. So Paul in for the birdie 2, unless he may have been OB there. So, yeah. Paul. I guess Paul was OB there, according to UDisc.
Wow, something that we could not even tell from the booth. So, interesting turn of events. Let's head over to a hole preview on 4.
The 513-foot par 3 hole 4 offers 2 distinct strategies for our competitors. Play the safe backhand hyzer followed by the safe sidearm hyzer to collect your par 3, or hope fortune favors the bold and rip it into the trees. A true risk-reward hole, this offers distinct scoring separation for all our players out there, as the long throwers do have the advantage on the birdie 2, but the placement shots off to the left avoid all the nasty.
All right, looks like we're getting clarification. Dixon, we're seeing UDisc. We're also trying to decipher exactly what happened as to if McBeth was or was not out of bounds. I don't believe that he was out of bounds. And it looks like by him stepping on the tee with the honors, that is ultimately the tell here. So McBeth, in fact, with the birdie 2, looked like there was a little clarification with UDisc. I think that's about the first and last time I'll probably have to ever second guess what I'm seeing on UDisc. They usually have it all dialed in.
Well, yeah, I'm just going to assume that whoever is keeping the score just fat-fingered one right there. Now, Ricky has gone bogey on this hole the first 2 rounds, so I'm curious to see if he changes his strategy at all. I believe he had a missed putt in round 1, and then he had an OB in round 2. Oh, geez.
Just getting over that hazard area. See a little waft of sand jump up into the air.
And and then he's stuck in it the second round, and he skipped off of it the third round. Maybe he thinks it's like bonus points in there or something.
And Nate Doss easily clearing it and almost hunting down the cameraman, Chad. Chad getting out of the way. Yesterday we saw McBeth with a ridiculous drive here that actually went further than even the course designer had ever projected somebody to get. And to clarify, yesterday we saw the drop zone that was in fact for this hole. There's some trees and bushes and such back there in an area that they don't want players to have to throw from. So there was a drop zone.
It's a free drop. It's not a penalty drop. It's just to get out of the danger there.
And there you have it. Let's take a look at latitude 64.
So it looks like Ricky is just barely inside of circle 2, but I have a feeling that there is no way to actually run a putt here. This has to be layup zone. Yeah, he just needs to pick a fat part of the green that he can get to and try to get up and down from this spot.
And I think he's done just that. If you were wondering if Ricky had the precision needed to be able to track down the basket, I think there's your answer.
Yeah, if he would have made that, I would have just left the booth and gone and asked for his autograph, just right in the middle of the round. Looks like Drew's going to be going next. So I guess if Ricky was right at Circle 2's edge, that means that everybody is at least inside that a little bit. Oh. Drew, the only one of our group that has a birdie on this hole. He got it in the first round, but it does not look like he will get it today. And when I played the hole, this is what I did. I threw a hyzer out to where Doss is and just played for the 3. I did not try to get into those woods at all. But maybe if I had power like the rest of these guys, I would try things like that.
I would have to imagine that this is playing as one of the tougher holes relative to par. For a moment, I was about to say, well, McBeth might be lining up a long eagle look here, but this is just for birdie. And he's underneath the basket, or should I say he came in underneath the basket. It carried just past it, but this is a par 3, and I bet you it's one of the top 4 most difficult.
Yeah, yesterday was the 3rd most difficult hole on the course so far through today's round. It's actually substantially down the list today's round. Oh, wait a minute. I had that going backwards. Let's try. It's the second most difficult hole today.
Okay. That seems to be a little bit more realistic.
Yeah, playing at 3/4 of a stroke over par. There have been 0 twos on this hole today.
McBeth with the slight uphill comeback putt. He's going to walk away with the par. So we don't foresee any movement taking place here on hole number 4. I have to reiterate just the advantage that these top throwers have. When they're able to go out and over the hazard off of that tee shot, that takes away a lot of the challenge on this hole. And only a handful of gentlemen are blessed with that kind of distance. We're through 4. We'll see you on the next one.
Looking to take its place as the signature hole out here at Glen Eagles, this 1,033-foot par 4 is a combination of 2 holes on the traditional 18-hole course and is a distinct advantage for our long throwers out there. Ideally, you are placed on the right side of the fairway because this golf green and sand trap are going to come into play on your right to left hyzer approaching the pin. This hole played the highest above par in the pro field during the SFO preview event.
Paul McBeth's drive is turned over, and you have to think how much of the wind, how much did the wind come into play? I think it's somewhat of an applause from the gallery, although I don't think he's necessarily happy with that.
Yeah, that same wind that's been whipping so far is actually, they have turned 180 degrees from the direction they've been coming the last 4 holes. So this should be a headwind on the 1,000-foot plus downhill par 4.
We're seeing Ricky's turnover as well. If you're going to miss anywhere on this hole, would you rather miss a little bit to the right on the fairway or to the left?
Absolutely to the right. Left over there is where we saw Paul get into trouble yesterday. Now, obviously not going all the way to the OB is a good thing, but he was still in those trees after he took his relief. I mean, you can tell as wide as it is, Ricky still celebrated and did a fist pump for landing in the fairway with this headwind. So it is not as easy as you might think of just blasting one from down there.
Drew Gibson able to show off a little bit of that power that he has.
I think whoa, there must have been, the wind must have been down because Nate was ready to go.
Nate, not normally known for being incredibly speedy. He's not slow either, but he stepped right up and threw a little calmness in the wind, as you may have mentioned. We'll see you guys down the fairway. Thank you, Disc Golf Pins, for being a proud supporter here of the 2018 Disc Golf Pro Tour. Dixon Jowers, Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, enjoying a beautiful Sunday afternoon with 3 or 4 or 25,000 of our closest friends online. Hope you guys are following along. Please check out udisclive.com. Of course, all the shot-by-shot information out there and available to you. And if you'd like to participate in the chat board, that's going on live on the YouTube chat as well. We have some notables out there. I see Hannah McBeth out there. She's watching her husband Paul try and take down a title here in San Francisco. And as we keep talking about a classic battle, Ricky Wysocki, Paul McBeth. And right now those two are out in the lead. And look at this shot by Ricky. He's gone deep of the pin on this second shot.
Yeah, that was, man, I'm shocked it went that far, just because of how low it was. With the headwind out there, just a lot of glide on that disc at the end. Actually, he ended up going deep. But being able to putt back and take your 4 on this hole is not a bad thing. Actually, everybody on this card has parred this hole every round so far. So I don't know if they're going to really push it to try to get the 3, or if everybody's just going to stay happy with that 4. Yep. Paul looked like he's joining Rick over there just behind the basket. This is actually the most difficult hole on the course.
And
it's the
even
most
challenging
course on the coal.
to talk about as well.
Yeah, playing at 0.86 over par. That is an enormous number. Only 4% are getting birdie on this hole. 5 players this round. Nate now pitching out into the fairway. That's about where Paul was yesterday when Paul threw that incredible shot to give himself a birdie putt. Nate not being quite as aggressive, just punching out, taking his 4, or attempting to take his 4 and move on.
I believe that's Drew's dad, possibly. I'm just taking a guess. This is the first time I'm seeing. I think that might be.
I couldn't tell. That kind of looked like Crazy John Brooks, but I don't think that was him.
I would not be surprised if it was, though.
Yeah, I've never met Drew's dad in person. The only thing I know about Drew's dad are the pictures that he gave me for our interview, and so most of those are when Drew was a kid. So I really have no idea what he looks like these days. And I think he got a little too greedy there on the inside. He should be able to have a pitch up and down there, but definitely no chance at a 3.
As they move down the fairway, we're going to take a look at some of the scores. I know you guys have been asking for them. Ricky Wysocki, Paul McBeth tied up at 16 under par, and then McMahon, as in Eagle McMahon, Drew Gibson, Eagle McMahon, sorry, sits alone in third at 13. Drew Gibson, Nate Dawson, Simon Lizotte, all set at 12 under par in a tie for 4th.
Oh.
How does Robert McCall say that? Words?
Right back at you, pal.
Eric Oakley sits at that 11 under. Anthon and Sexton each at 10. And Double G, Garrett Gerthy, sits in a tie for 10th as well. So anyone can still make a charge. We're not seeing anything crazy in terms of today's scores, though. You saw a few evens, a few 1-unders. This is one of the toughest part of the course, we'll say in the first 1/3 or the first half at least of the course. But nobody seems to be lighting it up just yet.
No, yeah, getting through this hole and then 6, 7, 8. And then after that is when the birdies start happening. So through this part, you want to see just let's take it easy and not do anything drastic here. Wow, he was much shorter than I thought, but a fantastic shot there. He is going to be in the circle for a putt to save his par. And apparently that is Drew's dad, is what I'm seeing on the message board here. So you trust them. I don't know. You decide if you feel like trusting the message board there. I'll just ask Drew after the round if that's his dad.
And even on a relatively short approach there by Nate Doss with his putting formation, you still saw the wind affect that putt. I mean, it knocked it down about 3/4 of the way there and just got slammed down to the ground. So although he wasn't trying to run that putt, I'll go ahead and say I don't think you should be taking anything for granted out there today.
Yeah, when you're trying to just lay up on a big tailwind putt like that, you feel like you just want to loft it up there, but you've actually got to keep the speed of your disc up enough so that the wind doesn't affect it as much. So you want to get it there, but Nate making his error on the good side, because if he had gone that far long, he would have gone down the slope and had a much more difficult putt to save par. And Ricky doing what Ricky does, trying to make one into a headwind from 60. Almost draws metal there, but will settle for his tap-in par. Paul now communing with nature, trying to figure out what to do here. This is layup central, unless he can find one of his Paul lines and amaze us all again. He's practicing his swing here like he's going for this. Oh no. He caught Paul, stood up and rolled. Don't know how far down the hill it went there.
And what a nasty roll away there for Paul McBeth after hitting the pole. And it's tough to determine if he's inside or outside the circle, but it looks like he may just be a foot or two inside circle's edge.
Look at that flag dancing.
So we'll need a firm stroke by McBeth with a little bit of power. And just that.
Par.
Pierces it right in there.
Just par.
No big deal. Paul McBeth, a little frustration, retrieves it from the basket. A little added stress that you're not looking for here on hole number 5. And that was a very, wow, that raised on him as well. I believe we're getting worked from one of our previous co-commentators as Madison Walker is making bird noises from out in the San Francisco street. Didn't think we'd have that to deal with today, but we're moving on. We're through 5 holes during our final round.
Hole 6 is one of the hardest holes out here on the course, as players must find their way through the 350-foot tunnel before having to throw the 300-foot approach over the ball golf green and sand trap. Now, it is a bit overgrown now, but I assure you the play is what will be nasty come event time. Birdie 3s are at a premium here, and we expect to see a lot of 4s, not to mention the 5s, 6s, and 7s that are likely to follow if you find any trouble off the tee.
Welcome back, everyone. Hole number 6, coming in at 644 feet. Looks like our card is getting their scores all situated. Paul McBeth will retain the honors first to tee. Also see a couple of our friends from Central Coast Disc Golf going to be giving you some post-production coverage. Look for that tomorrow. I know Corey Merle from Central Coast, just a huge impact on the San Francisco Open. So thank you for everything you've done, Corey, along with Ian and Brian and the rest of the crew over there at Central Coast.
Yeah, one thing I'm noticing as I look at the scoreboard here on UDisc is a lot of white numbers. There's a lot less birdies and a lot less bogeys, it seems like. Everybody is just kind of trying to play it easy here, given how difficult the wind is acting right now.
And what I think is interesting to see is it looks like Ricky's going to find the opening there. So much of round number one, we saw Ricky almost literally every single hole looking at or somewhat adjusting his finger. And at no point today have we seen Ricky address his finger at all, not at least on camera.
Drew going with this crazy route again.
Hopefully those are firecrackers.
Well, he's out there about where Ricky ended up. I mean, it might just be that Drew is saying, hey, this is one of the most difficult holes on the course. I'm going to take my par and get out of town. And Nate does not get the same gap that Ricky got there.
And although Nate has the shortest drive of the group, it looks like he's actually got a relatively clean shot there. I've got to assume at this point, though, he's just thinking, I'll be okay with a par.
Yeah, he's probably not more than 250 or so off of the tee pad here. He's got, at the very minimum, let's say 350 to the basket, and it is a protected green. This is layup time if I've ever seen it. Yep, and Nate's just going to put himself. He may have a really long look at the birdie three, but oh no, he has found the little green there, the ball golf green that he was trying to get over the corner of.
What a unfortunate break here for Nate Doss. Now, greens and bunkers are played somewhat differently out here on the course. Explain to everyone what the difference is between the two and how they're played.
Yeah, if you see the pink flag surrounding some sort of obstacle, that is an OB area. So that's your greens and your cart paths. If you see white flags surrounding it, that is generally reserved for the bunkers, which are played as a hazard, where you do get your stroke penalty, but you play from where it lies. OB, of course, you get a stroke penalty and play it from the last place that it was in bounds. You might also run across some green flags on the ground. Those green flags are marking the foot golf holes, which are obviously not in play here, but if you weren't paying attention and you stepped in one of those, you would not have very much fun over the next couple of minutes as you picked yourself up, dusted yourself off, finished letting the crowd laugh at you, and then tried to move on to the next hole. Oh no. Oh, he got, okay. And maybe that's why we don't see too much Drew forehand. He turned that over badly, slid across the top of the ball golf green, but stayed short of the bunker, I believe. So I'm fairly certain that that Drew is going to be safe over there, being able to save his par. But that was a fortunate one. And Paul is going to have a long look at birdie, but it's open, and that's really all you can hope for on this hole. Planning to be parked off of the tee is a very difficult gambit there. Wow, and Ricky, he almost got stuck in the tree. It held for a second, enough for everybody to hold their breath, and then he fell out in circle 2.
We've talked throughout the weekend about how California and some other regions in the country will play slightly different rules based on what's called the 2-meter rule. And so a moment ago when you just said everyone kind of held their breath and then it did fall from the tree, if he were to stay 6 feet 6 inches or above in a tree or a bush or on top of a rooftop or anything like that found out on a course, you would actually get a 1-stroke penalty. And that is played throughout the country. However, it seems like there's different pockets, different areas of people or tournament directors or clubs or events that actually utilize that rule. I've personally been a big fan of it in the past. My view may be changing as time moves on, as Nate puts it right next to the pin, but it is something that is almost always played in any event in California.
If it somehow sat on top of Big Germ's head, like if it, I mean, this is a somewhat serious question.
Mm-hmm.
Like if he was on another tee and it landed on top of his head, like is that a 2-meter penalty?
I would assume that it is. I would assume. I know I'm not crawling on top of Big Germ to throw, so I'm going to assume he is definitely an unplayable lie.
I would pay so much money to watch you try to climb up his back and stand on his shoulders and putt with 1 foot on top of his head.
I'll reserve that for the big sexy commentary. I'm sure they have something in the works of that nature.
Paul now, he might even be outside of circle 2. No, he's firmly in circle 2 there. This is a chance to get a stroke back from Rick. Oh no.
And right into the headwind as you see the flag blowing directly back at Paul. That one carries past the basket. He'll be coming from the opposite side.
Ricky now to take the solo lead. He misses left side. He's got a little bit of cleanup work to do, but not as much as Paul does. All right, and Paul is in for his 4. Ricky will be in for his 4. Drew will tap in for his 4, and Nate with the lone bogey after that pretty unfortunate out of bounds on the green on his second shot there.
We're through 1/3 of the course as Doss taps in. Thank you for joining us. Like and share. We'll see you in a moment after a word from our sponsors.
Clocking in at 475 feet, this par 3 hole 7 is a prime candidate for a big power roller. If you are thinking about opting for that power roller off the tee, remember this hole does traditionally play into a headwind and there is an OB rope lining the entire right side of the fairway. But also offers a unique putt for any of our competitors turning over their rollers just a bit too much.
And after the first couple of most difficult holes on the course, we are now at the third most difficult hole. And this is kind of the end of the really difficult part of this course. Let's see if these guys can get out with their pars. Everybody, Nate, Ricky, and Paul have gone par-par on this hole, with Drew mixing in one bogey.
And we see the wind whipping as Paul's throwing almost directly into a headwind. That turns over on Paul McBeth, and we see a little bit of the sand and dirt that gets kicked up.
Man, this is a terrible, terrible win for this hole, because about the only thing you can do is try to turn over something fast.
And Ricky has turned his over. It looks like it's going to get a little bit of a cut roll, or a lot of a cut roll. Wow. That's heading hard left.
That is going to leave not a very easy shot into this green also. Drew going with the hyzer flip into the headwind. That is an extremely difficult shot to execute, and Drew puts it center fairway. Oh, and look how smooth that is.
What control by Doss, exactly. Finding himself with what looks to be the best throw in the group. We'll be back after a word from our sponsors. Perkins.
Ricky now going with the forehand up, and he's good at that shot. Yeah, that was so he's coming into that headwind. It looks like it's also crossing a little bit right to left at the basket. So his disc actually did a little bit of an anti-skip there on the road. It was moving towards the basket, skipped up, caught the wind, and then moved away from the basket while it was in the air. The little tester putt there to keep his par going. Nice shot by Paul there. Anytime you're trying to do a touch shot with this kind of wind, it is just very difficult. He looks like he clubs up there, goes with something a little higher, throws it straight, almost a straight spike angle, and gets a good finish there.
And Dixon, when's the last time you saw Paul McBeth throwing what looked to be a driver on a par 3, 483-foot hole on his second shot?
Second shot, right. I mean, seeing how the players are handling this wind ought to give you a little bit of an indication on how difficult the conditions are right now.
And Doss does not skip toward the basket. We saw Doss's, somewhat like Wysocki's, not finish with that hard skip to the right because it was getting pushed over by the wind.
Now, Drew going with the forehand. Last time he tried this, he ended up with a really terrible shot that got lucky not to be OB. Let's see if he can compensate here.
Plenty of stability as Drew goes just past the basket. A great approach shot by Gibson.
Well, that would have been a fun way to make up for a bad shot. Just chuck it in from 150.
We'll soon be taking a look at the scores again to see how everyone is doing, if there's anyone that's able to chase down our competitors here on this lead card. You can also follow along. udisclive.com has all the scores and stats and information for you. We're seeing Wysocki and McBeth both at the 16 under par, and no one making a significant charge right now on the top, in the top 10. Simon Lizotte, he's got -3 through 8 holes. So Lizotte with the hardest charge at this point right now.
Nate now with a tough cleanup putt.
See the wind blowing from left to right, and Doss hits left side chain. Doss looking somewhat deflated after that throw.
And Rick is in.
Wow, high and tight for Wysocki, but the chains grab it and pull it back into the basket. An easy cleanup for the rest of them. We're through 7 holes. We'll be back with you in a few moments after a word from Next Gen Tour.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local Next Gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
Tight off the tee and wide open everywhere else, this 642-foot par 4 hole 8 is designed for players to make decisions. Featuring an OB river in the center of the fairway, the ideal play is to lay up just short of that bunker to the right of your screen, forcing the 345-foot upshot into the pinched green with OB left of the basket and right on that cart path.
So we've talked about in previous rounds that that this OB is at the spot where hardly anybody's going for it. Now they're going uphill into a headwind. They are for sure not going for it today.
McBeth center fairway, short of the OB wall. I think we're going to see 4 very similar drives as you just mentioned.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that shot went.
And Gibson's going to really try to push the OB wall, but actually it looks like he's shorter than I thought. Maybe had a little more stability, just making sure that he wasn't going to accidentally throw it all the way into the out of bounds area.
Yeah, Drew has not had a good time with this hole so far.
Would you say it ate him up?
I wouldn't say that.
Either would I.
Some
As
of
Doss
the
is in
people
the
would.
fairway. We're going to move down on hole 8.
So if you see the two cones there at the center point of the wall, that's 275 from there. Drew looks like he's at least 75 feet back from that or so, and this is an uphill shot. As much as it doesn't look like it from this camera angle, I promise you this is an uphill shot. Yeah, if you see how hard Drew threw that to try to go 325 feet, that ought to give you an indication. And he almost cashes it in. He's going to have a tester putt, and this hole was the thing of Drew's nightmares on round one. His first putt hit the cage, rolled all the way back down to the green. His second putt hit the cage, rolled out of bounds on the cart path, and then rolled back in. His third putt, he laid up flat, and somehow it rolled to about 25 feet as well.
And you see an outright crush by Paul McBeth. As you were just saying, that is plenty of distance. And when you see Paul McBeth giving it that much effort, you really know that it's a long throw.
For sure. Yeah, if you want to see Drew's carnage, that was on, I believe, the Central Coast coverage from round one. If you look at UDisc, he has 3 missed Circle 2 putts on the same hole. If that ought to tell you that some crazy stuff was happening.
And if you stop by later, Dixon will bring his bag of salt to pour in his wound as well.
I asked him about it. I saw him.
I bet you did.
Oh, so Ricky must have gone OB left. Well, I'm not really sure what happened because UDisc says that Ricky's putting for birdie, unless he just put it right there at the base of the. Yeah, I guess maybe that was Ricky's drive. We just lost it in the sky, I guess.
Well, they are moving up the fairway on hole number 8. What a gorgeous afternoon. And the fairway looks so good, Dixon, that I think I'm going to go out there and jump on that fairway. I think both you and I are going to find ourselves out on the course in a little while. Wanted to let everyone know we appreciate you guys tuning in and watching the action. We're going to do a little transition. I'm going to head over to the course. I'm going to be on site walking along with the throw cam. A little while, you're going to continue to be here in the booth calling the shots as I transition over there. We're going to have you join me, and then we're going to be able to bring this home on site over at the course at the San Francisco Open. Looking forward to a solid finish out here.
Yeah, and I look forward to you literally jumping on the fairway when you get there.
I will do just that.
So now,
meanwhile, anything you need to say about Drew's game on hole 8?
I feel nervous for him on this putt. Although this was the direction that his last putt came from, that he banged to get out of there with a 6.
Notice the flag not moving like it has been the previous holes.
There you go, Drew.
Wow.
Fantastic putt.
And that is a great way to recover from the disastrous hole number 1 recap that Dixon's informed us of.
So he goes 6-4-3 on that hole. Way to go, Drew. I wish we had a 4th round to see him chuck it in from 300.
Nate Doss uphill.
Oh, no.
Oh, and no.
Oh, no.
Oh, this is horrible. And Doss is going to find himself out of bounds. He should, in fact, just take it from where he previously threw from. I'm guessing after he picked up his mini, he's going to get a confirmation from the group. And they have done just that. So Nate Doss will get the penalty stroke, and he will throw from the same spot. You always have that option when you throw OB. Let's see if he can correct it.
Sit down.
Oh, and disaster for Doss here on hole number 8 as Drew retrieves his putter for Nate. Oh, that was tough to see.
I've seen several discs roll on that hole, but usually if they're rolling slow enough, there's a little bit of a flat spot between the hill and the green that disc will cut left or right. It usually doesn't make it all the way onto the green. Oh,
and what has happened? Paul McBeth
this hole is getting so mean.
I don't think I want to go out to the course if it's going to treat us this way.
I think they're telling you to stay away, Terry.
Wow. Paul McBeth has spit out directly back at him. Nate Doss has to maintain composure so he can move on to the back half of this course.
That seemed more violent than a spit. That was like a throw up. That makes my stomach hurt for Paul.
Wow, and Wysocki quietly taps in for birdie and moves on. I'll see you guys in the fairway coming up soon. You're watching live action on the Disc Golf Pro Tour.
Hole 9 offers the widest fairway we have to offer here at Glen Eagles. Appropriately deemed a 747, this hole offers a runway for our players to take flight and give our gallery a show. This par 4 747-foot hole 9 is eagleable under the right conditions. But remember, we're in Northern California now, so the 2-meter rule is in effect, and these cypresses down by the pin are hungry.
So we have a slight backup here on hole 9, so we are going to catch the second card. This is Eagle's second throw attempt. I don't know if he was OB, and that tree that's just on his right has claimed many, many discs over the course of the weekend. So it's his second throw. Not sure if that's his, he has a penalty to go with that or not. Okay, and we also got a little bit of update from the last hole. So that was not Ricky's birdie. He was out of bounds on his first throw. So Ricky pars hole number 8 to stay in a tie with Paul. They are both sitting on 5 pars in a row. Tied at 16, 2 shots ahead of Eagle.
So you make 3D, right? Yeah. I need to keep.
So this is Josh trying to get in position for his birdie 3. This is a fun hole to just kind of let loose on after you've been kind of puckered up for the last 30 minutes or so playing holes 4 through 8. You now get a chance just to rip off the box to get down for a relatively easy birdie 3 on this hole. So this was one of our stories from yesterday, Cameron Sheehan, who jumped way up with that fantastic second round. So now he is playing in kind of the rarefied air here with some of the stars of the game. So far this round, though, Cameron is having a rough go of it, 4 over through the first 8 holes. And then here we have Let's Go Eric Oakley. He has the power to get to this spot in one throw, so I'm just going to hope for the best for him that this is his Eagle 2 attempt. So you see the Bromez guys right there walking this hole with them. So this will be the card that you get to see once the post-production comes out. Generally tomorrow afternoon. Those guys are usually right on top of getting things out next day. So we look forward to seeing kind of everything that's happening on this card, even though it appears that only Eagle is the one that's kind of making a run here at the leaders. So Cameron laying up so that he can get his par 4, assuming he was not OB on the first shot. He did seem to be pretty wide right there. Eagle now for his birdie 3. You can see the white flag whipping just there to his left, just inside circle 1. Whoa. And he goes sailing over the basket. Come sail away with me, Eagle. Wow. Downhill tailwind putt. That was quite a jump to see it go that far past. And he is okay. Josh is waiting for him. I thought, man, Eagle's walking like 50 feet deep. Oh, it is going to be Eagle again. Oh no. Eagle stepping onto a relatively easy hole trying to track down the leaders, and he pulls out a 3-putt. And Josh right there banging it in. Josh doesn't have a whole lot of birdies so far, but he's got no bogeys to go with him. I'm sure Eagle would love to have this hole back to not have any bogeys with his. And Eagle is in for the bogey. He's going to drop back into a tie for second with Drew and Simon, who is 4 down, no bogeys on the round so far. And I'm looking forward to watch these guys cleaning up, because we are about to have a power show on the tee box of this hole. They are looking at a left to right tailwind, or maybe a little bit right to left tailwind off of the top of the hill here, coming straight from the parking lot from the Zuka Tower. There is Ricky and Drew. Man, I bet they are licking their chops right now. Remember yesterday, Drew had the tap-in eagle on this hole. Paul, not to be outdone, just decided to drive it 60 feet past the hole. But Drew got the actual eagle. Paul was unable to capitalize on that fantastic shot. So just to recap our lead card again, Ricky and Paul are tied, 3 shots clear of Drew, Simon, and Eagle. And then Nate, after that really unfortunate double bogey on hole 8, he is now dropped all the way back to 12th place. 4 over for the round. I'm not really sure what Ricky is waiting on here. There is nobody on hole 8 down to the right. And the guys that are on hole 9, there must be a group putting out on 18 right now, which is kind of down and to the left. That basket is probably 200 feet off to Ricky's left-hand side. Ricky does seem to get a little bit anxious sometimes while waiting on the course. He seems like a guy that's just ready to go fire. So I guess while we're waiting for these guys to clean up here or to get ready to go, let me take a look at what's happening in the rest of the top 10. So we spoke about Anthon there, is at 12 under. He's tied with Nate Sexton. Right behind him is Eric Oakley, who we just saw with the birdie 3 on 9. And then tied in 9th place, we've got Double G and Philo coming off of a fantastic set of rounds just down the road in Santa Cruz. And then after that, we have several guys at 8 and 9. Barsby is hanging out there at 9 under par. So I guess technically they've got this whole crowd has a little bit of an off chance to catch the leaders. But it seems like with all of these birdies out in front that if Ricky and Paul can get just a little bit of traction, then it's going to be their fight for one of them to win. I don't know if Drew or Simon or Eagle has the firepower to get 3 more birdies. That's the problem. I think all of them will get lots of birdies. I don't know if any of them will be able to do 3 more than the 2 guys that represent our last 6 world champions. So the flight deck is cleared. Here is Drew Gibson. Oh, he did not get the stand-up that he was looking for. When you're throwing in a tailwind, that wind is going to help your disc stable up a little bit. And so he was not able to get that full flight that he got yesterday of where he just overspins a stable disc and it's able to hold that right-hand turn for a long time. Paul now, I'm sure, being able to get a read off of what Drew just did. Let's see if he can correct that. Paul going with the lower shot here. And he gets a little bit of turn, but not near as much as he did yesterday. He is still sitting in the tunnel. That's where you want to be. He's going to have a great open look for his birdie 3. Rick going very low. And it's just going to depend on how he lines up with some of those trees. The distance isn't going to be an issue from there. It's going to be the angle to the approach. Nate now, let's see how the old dogs do it. He can get a flare skip over there to the left. Yes. Nate will be sitting right on the alley, wide open lane to the basket. Let's hear from a word from our sponsor.
What a shot. He's got the long putt, and what a finish. She loves it.
Wow.
Little props to her peeps. Look at that excitement. What a way to finish.
So here we are with that tough angle. Let's see if Ricky can manage it. Yes. What was I thinking? I can't believe I ever doubted this guy with an approach harp in his hand. Drew now with about the same shot that Ricky was trying, but going with a much faster disc. He has gone a little bit long, but that seems to be within Drew range. But you can see the flags moving. He's going to be going straight into that headwind. Geez. That's so good. That's so good. Wouldn't you like to be able to just throw little touch upshots like that with massive wind, with all of the pressure of the tournament happening? Wow. Great job, Nate. And now Paul, looks like he is in the tunnel for sure. This may be around circle 2 edge. Wouldn't this be a statement if he cashed one in for the eagle to take the lead back from Ricky? Hello, Paul for the eagle, and we have a new leader, ladies and gentlemen. Ricky's sitting on the ground for his birdie, and Paul says, nah, I'll just go ahead and take the lead. And if you check U-disc there, how far was that? 74 feet. That's useful. Now everybody else is going to have their little cleanup birdies and feel terrible about their life. Paul making everybody look like they're no good. But they can take those negative feelings. We're moving on to the 1,100-foot hole next. But first, a word from our sponsor.
Here we are, the start of the back nine in the hole that all the locals are excited to see the pros throw. Coming in at nearly 1,200 feet of pure, straightforward distance, this par 5 is the definition of grip it and rip it. Cart path on the left does play out of bounds, as well as the tree line on the right, so it does put a premium on staying down the center of the fairway. Having said that, it does open up by the pin, but that is where the trees take over.
All right, so here we are on the par 5, hole 10, 1,188 feet. It is time to blast. Uh-oh. Okay. Man, he put that close to the OB line of trees on the right-hand side, but he is hyzered back to the middle. Let's see if Drew can take that read and ride this wind even further. Yes, that'll work. Man, you saw a giant push down and a lift up in the same flight. That needs to settle. That needs to settle. Uh-oh. And Drew has gone OB by about a foot. Oh, no, Drew. Rick now having decided what to do. Paul was way too far right. Drew seemed to correct that and still went OB left. And Ricky turns it over, trying to get the right, and the wind smashes that. He is absolutely out of eagle range, but he can still manage to get the birdie with a good second shot here. Nate pushing right, pushing right. Oh, but just like Paul, he is able to get back to the center of the fairway, and I think he just outdrove Mr. McBeth there. As
Hello everyone, Terry Miller, the disc golf guy here from the fairway of hole number 10. Dixon Jowers has been officially relieved of his duties as we're moving down this fairway. Dixon will join me here in just a little while after he gets everything packed up from our booth studio. And Paul McBeth with a laser pushing up all the way up the fairway. Gets a huge skip. He was asking for it to finish right, and the gallery loves it. Doss also keeps it low, pushing up that same right side, looking for a huge skip, and he gets it. What a shot by Doss. Drew Gibson ends up leaking out of bounds on the left-hand side of this very long fairway. He had the furthest drive by a considerable amount over the other three competitors. Drew also with a great angle and a huge skip, fighting right up to the pin. What a show. Wysocki's approach is to the right side, opposite of the wind direction. Seeing Nate Doss about 15 feet behind the circle 2 flags. That's going to put him in about 80, maybe 85 feet at most. And that goes past Doss just by a few feet. Doss's approach, I should say, goes past the basket by just a few feet. Oh, and McBeth from just inside circle 2 hits off the front of the basket. The gallery gives him an applause. Gibson from 42 feet hits the same front of the basket, turns around and releases a little bit of aggression as he comes up short. There's a huge tailwind pushing down at Gibson's back as he was throwing that putt. Ricky Wysocki, on the other hand, will come from the exact opposite direction. He'll be throwing into a headwind slightly uphill. And Ricky, not wanting to expose the nose of the disc into the air, gets it up, but it also hits front basket. The putting struggles continue here with this wind howling on the 10th hole. And everyone gingerly walking up to the pin. We'll be back with you after a whole preview and a word from our sponsors as we move to 11.
For me, it's time with my friends.
For me, it's a walk in the park.
For me, it's my job.
For me, it's fun.
Hole 11 offers a slight reprieve from the distance on the course that we've seen on the front nine. Coming in at 302 feet, this par 3 plays extremely left to right and is perfect for a touch backhand roller. Lefties and players with a good power sidearm will be able to reach the pin, but the backhand turnover can be a bear with the tailwind as well as those bunkers just to the left of the pin.
Welcome back to hole number 11 as we're watching Paul throw his turnover mid-range to within 20 feet of the pin. Yesterday, Paul McBeth let that go too high. The wind grabbed it, hit the tree near the basket, and then put him within 15 feet, and he walked away with the lone birdie. Today, a little more conventional. He's still looking at a birdie. And it looks as if something may have distracted Nate Doss from behind him. He's going to regroup. And the crowd's asking for Doss's drive to continue moving forward. McBeth now sits with a 2-stroke advantage over Ricky Wysocki. And what a play here by Drew Gibson. He goes with the roller, and that's way deep. They have to move everyone out of the way, and that hits a tree way past the basket. A little too much mustard on that for Drew. This is Wysocki's lining up beforehand. And Wysocki is safe with a very long putt. We'll see you on the green.
Tempercraft USA. Double walled 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
Drew Gibson gives it a light spin putt towards the basket. Carries just deep of it. Wysocki's looking at about 50 feet. And a solid putt by Wysocki as he picks up and runs towards the basket. Paul McBeth just picks up his bag and moves closer. Paul emotionless during that putt. And Nate Doss lunges forward. He makes one from just outside 35, maybe 40 feet. Paul McBeth, for a moment, might have thought he was going to pick up a stroke on Wysocki. Wysocki quickly answers that. And now McBeth steps up to inside 15 feet. And high chain. As I was directly behind Paul, I noticed that looked like it could have come back out. But it does drop in, and Drew Gibson's left with the same distance. And Gibson takes the lone par here on hole number 11. Let's take a look at a hole preview, and we'll see you from the tee of 12.
Let's forget about the car for a moment. Your local next-gen qualifiers are all fun entry-level PDGA sanctioned C tiers. There are 3 ratings-based divisions, creating a competitive environment for beginners all the way up to amateurs aspiring to become professionals. Don't forget to sign up for the Next Gen Virtual Challenge. You get to play locally and see how you rank nationally. Don't miss out.
Making our way back towards the clubhouse, this 444-foot par 3 can prove to be tough if that headwind is ripping. A seemingly sidearm shot does play well for backhand if you can stick to that committed turnover line. This hole has been the site of a significant amount of work leading up to the event, and we've seen it transition from one of the more wild points of the course to one of the most scenic greens we have to offer.
Not in the booth?
Welcome back. We are here on hole number 12. All the players making their way up to the tee, namely Drew Gibson, who had to grab the scorecard. His dad is, in fact, on the bag. Drew taking scores for the rest of the card at the moment. Also saw our good friend Steve Hill from the PDGA. He's been out here taking in the action. Also see some of the fine gentlemen from Central Coast, including the ringleader, Ian Anderson. McBeth lining up a forehand. The wind is pushing hard from right to left. The gallery remains where they were from the previous hole. That is the best vantage point as they're throwing back at them here on hole number 12. And McBeth switches it up, goes with the backhand, and he's put down a roller, and if that just checks up, it's heading toward the gallery. Everybody's being told to move. They scatter and somehow just narrowly miss all of them. And a late applause comes in from the gallery on that Nate Doss drive. Wysocki lining up a backhand. And the backhand turnover roller cut rolls early, fighting up toward the right hillside. Not Wysocki's best effort. This is Drew Gibson. And Gibson's is turning over early. We'll see if that finds trouble. It actually then cut rolls out. He's got a great opening from there. Not what he was attempting, though. We'll see you on the green in a moment. And Drew with a very effective approach shot. And Wysocki lunges forward, putting himself within 10 feet of the pin. Paul McBeth is found on the left side of the fairway, where he was clearing out the gallery earlier. And speaking of gallery, Steve Hill from the PDGA is here, folks. Is this an unofficial mission, Steve?
Sure, we'll call it that.
Taking in the action, myself and Dixon Jowers were in the booth. Well, what have you been seeing out here? What have been some of the on-site course presence that you've been feeling?
Usually it's Paul versus Ricky, and today it's either of these guys versus the wind. It's been brutal out here, so I think we haven't been seeing quite as much scoring as people might like, but they're starting to light it up a little bit on this back half.
It looks like it's been very exciting. We see McBeth with a 2-stroke advantage right now. What do you feel like some of the atmosphere, the attitude between the players has been between Paul and Ricky so far? Anything out of the ordinary?
Nah, they've been fine. Honestly, everyone's just been worried about their own shots and what to do with this weather. It's been consistently, worsening through the round. So they've all been fine with each other.
Doss had a great putt on the previous hole, trying to follow it up here. As I was actually transitioning over to the course, I had watched Nate Doss with a little bit of a struggle there on hole number 8. How did he recover, and what did you feel was going on in the moment?
Yeah, I mean, he took it as best he can. He had to take his medicine. I think he ended up just abandoning the throw and taking the putt again, missed it a second run, but he's been scuffling today. Definitely a little more frustrated than normal, but he's handling it like the pro he is.
All right, well, thank you for the insights. We'll check in more with you later from the fairway. That's Steve Hill of the PDGA. We'll see all of you over on hole number 13.
Hole 13 was the site of the first ever ace here at Glen Eagles, collected by Matt Neiman on our Founders Day opening event. Coming in at 347 feet, this par 3's fairway does slope right to left, so the sidearm would play favorably into that grade, but all the blank space out to the right does seem to favor the backhand into the green. Whether it's sidearm or backhand, it doesn't matter. Just keep it low, keep it tight, and collect your birdie 2.
McBeth with a low line drive that just does not catch edge and skip for him. Joining me now, even though I thought I left him behind a few miles ago, is Dixon Jowers. Dixon, thanks for rejoining us, buddy. We got Nate Doss on the tee.
Oh man, he put a pop on that one. Yeah, he's putting. He's putting. He got hung up in the leaf just a little bit, but that may have been the hardest I've ever seen Nate throw a frisbee right there.
And Wysocki's backhand, that looks to be a little bit flat. I'm not sure he's going to get the skip, and he does not. It looks to have a similar line to what McBeth did. We'll see if Drew Gibson can change up the plan here.
Oh, jeez. He threw that so hard.
And it is carrying toward. Oh! Shot by Drew Gibson. We'll find you guys on the fairway.
Tempercraft USA. Double-walled 18/8 stainless steel construction keeps it cold while you're hot, keeps it hot while you're cold. Get your customized growlers, tumblers, and sports bottles. With a lifetime warranty and 1% back to the planet. Tempercraft USA. Temper your thirst.
McBeth has about 70 feet to the pin, and he really just lays that up. He also had a low ceiling, so even if he did want to run at it, there was just really no good opportunity to do so.
Yeah, but Rick now has an opportunity to get a stroke. I bet he's going to be running this a little higher ceiling, but about the same distance.
Oh, and Ricky is lucky that grabbed the top of the band. It may or may not have caught the tree directly behind him, but if it did not catch either of those, that was at least a 35-footer coming back. Instead, he's right next to the pin, and Nate Doss finds himself at 35 feet, trying to pick up a birdie. I think Nate knew it was low right out of his hand.
Yeah, this is a pretty easy hole that is playing extremely difficult. Drew Gibson, one of the furthest throwers on tour. It's a 347-foot hole, and he threw it about as hard as he can, and he still barely got there. this now to clean up for the lone birdie.
And Drew takes just that, the lone birdie here on hole 13. Wysocki, McBeth, and Doss will tap in. Not changing our lead. Paul McBeth still with 2 strokes over Wysocki. We'll see you guys in a few moments from the tee of 14.
Hole 14 here at Glen Eagles comes in at 263 feet and offers our soft tossers out there in the field an opportunity to keep up with the big guys. Standing at the tee, this does look like a backhand mid-range shot, but with the fairway fading off to the left, throwing that sidearm and giving yourself that easy birdie putt does seem all the more appetizing. Likely to be played well under par, we hope this hole reminds players that while distance is king out here at Glen Eagles, we're still throwing frisbees in the woods.
Man, this tunnel is playing difficult. Headwind straight down, and Drew hits off a tree. Kicks way left. Gets the red paddle. Really bad kick there.
McBeth opts for the forehand and that's pushing to the right side. Looks like he'll have a clean look from over there.
Yeah, it'll be a clean look, but he was short of the tree. He was trying to get around.
And Doss with great concentration as there was a gallery applause taking place over on hole number 16.
Not knowing exactly where Paul was, he's got an opportunity here. Maybe he went back to his bag to pick out a different felon. I wonder if he's trying to park this or if he's just trying to get close for the putt. And he goes in front of that same tree that Paul did. They're going to be sitting about the same, I'm going to guess.
We'll find you on the green of 14 in a moment.
Back it up.
Drew getting confirmation as to where the spotter has placed him last inbounds. He'll bring it in the 1 meter. And Drew, just not enough power to get it all the way up to the basket as he was fighting a headwind. Ricky is on the right side of the fairway, and he looks to be just inside Circle's Edge, or right at, maybe just outside of Circle's Edge.
Outside, and he's about 4 feet behind Paul. So they're going to have the exact same putt, screaming right to left wind here.
Wysocki's attempt is low, and this opens up the door for Paul to take a 3-stroke advantage here with just 4 holes left to play. Oh, and cold-blooded Paul McBeth with the fist pump. He knows just how important that extra stroke is.
Yeah, even on the box, it seems like they're all feeling the pressure, maybe even a little more than normal. They're all taking a little bit longer. They're rethinking their shots. They're checking their grips. They're making sure their hands are dry. These conditions are really starting to get to them.
And methodically, Doss taps in. Maybe the pressure is once they realize that Dixon Jowers was coming out to watch them in person. That's what my guess would be. We're through 14, just 4 left to play. We'll see you on the next one.
This is Dan, and this is Tyler. Dan and Tyler like disc, and they like beer, so they combine them in a rigorous scientific process. Disc Golf, a card game that challenges your disc skills, drinking ability, and your friendships. With 3 categories and over 50 individual cards, mix and match. Get rid of cards you don't like, or make your own rules. Disc golf is truly American.
Hole 15 is very reminiscent of Hole 3 from our front 9, as it plays 465 feet downhill and does favor that left to right sidearm play. Backhands beware, because if you do opt for that turnover shot and hyzer out late, that ball golf green and sand trap does come into play. In a final test of will, this basket is raised and exposed to that Glen Eagles wind, forcing decision time when approaching this green.
And Dixon, it looks like we've caught up with some of the action. What's going on out here? I see, is that Josh Anthon throwing an approach shot?
Yeah, I'm going to guess he tried to do the turnover shot, and with this massive tailwind, it just was not cooperating. Ooh, and that is not the best upshot. He is just inside the circle with a big wind to an elevated basket with almost no ground to land on.
Is going to be a very dangerous putt, as he's going to be just inside the circle. Eric Oakley from just outside of the circle immediately lays up right next to the pin.
He's seeking the applause from the crowd for the smart golf play, but they don't seem to be agreeing so far.
I want big putts, big drives, layups. Ain't got time for layups.
Yeah, but you and I aren't counting the dollars right now. These guys, with every stroke, they're wondering what place they're going to finish.
Cameron Sheehan getting a ruling from the rest of the group, just making sure that he has a legal marking and stance which is a pro move by all accounts. If you're ever uncertain as to where you can or cannot place your foot or your mini, or if you have to make any kind of adjustment, just call your group members over and make sure that everyone agrees with it so that you are not found at fault of doing something you shouldn't be doing. Oh, and a lofty putt, puts it up and hits off the band. And Eagle McMahon, I think we're going to see a layup here. He's got his sunglasses off.
Yes,
it is decision time.
That's what I was just about to
Look at
comment on.
him. He is really thinking hard about this. He's also waiting for the group on 16 maybe to move out. And here is Josh Anton, and many say he's one of the best putters of all time. Let's see if he can make that true today. Hits front basket, gets up on edge, and rolls just a bit short on his effort.
Yeah, Josh laughs at people that lay up. Now, maybe that's why they lay up, is because things like that happen. But I doubt he's fazed by it.
And Josh's comeback putt goes right up and over the basket. We were directly in line with him, so it looked good the entire way. It looks as if the wind just grabbed it and threw it up and over. And this, you know, Josh is going to be talking about opportunities. This will be the biggest one that sticks out for him today.
Wow, and even that's not a gimme putt. It was only 15 feet. But with the wind blowing the way that it is, these guys' heads are about basket high right now, the bottom of the cage. So, I mean, it is a seriously uphill putt given the short distance.
And after watching Eagle lay up to within 10 feet, he taps in. Eric Oakley's going to do the same. And in a moment, we'll be back with more action here from hole number 15. In fact, we may get a confirmation as to whether or not we'll wait on hole number 16 for them to tee, or if our lead card will tee on 15. Tough to tell. And Dixon, looks like we're going to catch up with our chase card, who are teeing off on the island green on hole number 16, and that is a green paddle.
Yeah, he was puckered for a long time. That was heading OB. I think he caught the wall there. Eric going with the wider line here. And yeah, fantastic shot there. He's on the dance floor. Easy drive there for Eric.
And Cameron Sheehan going with a mid or putter of sorts, just looking for that to sit, and it's done just that. What a shot. Here's Josh Anton. He's going with a mid-range out and around, playing to the right side. That may even be an overstable putter, and he's going right at the pin. It just passes the pin and hits the back wall.
Holy cow, what a shot there by Josh. That hyzer is straight with the wind. That is a dangerous shot because it can get pushed so hard right there. Yeah, all you guys, all you rules callers that are on the board there, I'm wondering if anybody noticed Cameron throwing with the wrong hand there, and see if you can figure out what the punishment is.
And in a moment here, we're going to be rejoining the lead card. The wind is just ripping at us right now. They'll have the wind at their back. And what that really means, more importantly, is 17 and 18, the wind is going to be directly in their face. How brutal as they throw uphill. And this is coming right at us and coming out nicely. Oh, it's got to sit down, and it goes in and out of the hazard that ultimately is safe by Paul McBeth. What a shot.
Wow, he jumped on the beach there with the edge of the disc. By all accounts, that should have stuck, but he had enough spin on it to just get some traction and bounce right back out.
And Nate's is hugging the right-hand side. That's going to need to sit down as well because it's tracking toward the exact same. And that looks like that is out of bounds in the hazard area for Nate Doss. Great distance, just a bit off the mark.
So Paul, even though he jumped out of the bunker, he is sitting with about a 45-foot putt, that elevated basket. Here's a door for Rick. He's only got 4 holes left. He has got to get a stroke here.
And Wysocki is also tracking toward the basket, and he's going to find himself just inside of where Paul McBeth landed. He's looking at 38, maybe 40 feet, putting into a straight headwind.
Yikes, straight headwind, straight uphill. I think Paul probably feels pretty good about that shot from Rick right there.
And Drew Gibson going with the forehand. We talked about it earlier. It's going almost directly over our heads. Also filtering right towards the hazard, but it stops. We've got more excitement coming. We'll see you on 15 in a few moments. Welcome back as our competitors are moving down the fairway here on hole number 15, off in a distance. As you're watching our players move down the fairway, I'm going to take a quick look. I see Eagle McMahon throwing his birdie attempt that hits upper entrapment, lower basket, and then trickles somehow in. And he's going to take the birdie on hole number 16. Eric Oakley left with less than 10 feet. He taps in also for an easy birdie. And Nate Doss is walking down the fairway thinking, gosh, just a few inches. Why couldn't that just check up and stop?
Yeah, this little bitty bunker, 400 feet away from the tee box, and yet it was drawing in every single frisbee.
And really no doubt as to what Drew Gibson would be doing there from that distance. I think we'll see the exact same attempt here by Nate Doss. He's going to confirm with the group that he's, in fact, in the hazard. And even that, as you just mentioned a few moments ago, 10 feet uphill with these winds, there are absolutely no gimmies here. And what a pro move there by Paul McBeth. Not only was he laying up, but he was laying up to a very specific side of the basket. He did not want the headwind putt, which is why he laid up to the right side. This is Wysocki, and I think he's running this. He needs the stroke. And Dixon, did we just see Ricky's end at running for the championship here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, because this is going to be a further putt, probably a more difficult putt given the wind conditions. I mean, he had to run that, And this is the problem. Yeah, he is way outside of circle one. Now this is Paul's tournament to just coast in. It's going to be a fight for second place.
And Ricky runs that. It gets a kick that then rolls backward. The one advantage he'll have, even though that still is about 25 feet, the advantage he'll have, he's almost a little bit more elevated there. That is not the lowest point on this green, so he'll have a little bit more of a direct putt, but still, headwind, slightly uphill. This is the end of Ricky Wysocki's run here this weekend.
I mean, he had to run that birdie putt, but, oh man. But that's what happens. Yeah, he's in danger of falling to third or fourth place now.
And for everyone at home, you know just how deadly of a putter Ricky Wysocki is. So to see him, even him struggle in this situation, that gives you some indication of how windy and how nasty it is out here. Ricky Wysocki. And Nate Doss is just going to take his 4 and move on after the hazard. Paul McBeth with a tap in. And we're not telling you to go anywhere, but we can wrap this up. We'll see who's playing out for second and the other podium spots. But this is Paul McBeth's tournament. We'll see you on 16 in just a few moments.
Hole 16 is short, but it can be devastating. Coming in at 283 feet, this hole will feature an island similar to hole 17 at USDGC.
Dixon, you had mentioned a few moments ago would be coming up to 16, where Paul McBeth has gone bogey and is going to again go bogey. It looks like, well, assuming he does not make his long putt, and he gets the red flag. So for the third consecutive day, McBeth goes OB here on 16. This time, it's not going to matter.
Yeah, that shows you how fast that wind is pushing. He landed right of the basket and just giant bounced. Not even really a skip, just a bounce with this tailwind right over the wall.
One's got to think that speaks to what we just saw from Josh Anthon a few minutes ago. Josh throwing an overstable putter to the green so that when it does hit, it does not have the chance to get up and skip nearly as hard as a driver would, and that sits for Drew Gibson.
Drew landed that about a foot across the OB line on the short side, and he hit the wall on the backside.
Nate Doss going with a mid-range buzz, and it looks like he may have come in a little early, and Doss, his struggles will continue here. That's going to be a penalty for Doss. Ricky Wysocki,
I mean,
should at least go for the ace pool that doesn't exist, right?
Well, I mean, the door's open now. If he can dunk this in, and then he's down 3 with 2 to go. I mean, that's yeah. I mean, that's not unheard of, especially given hole 18. 17, while not the easiest birdie, is gettable.
We're going to move on. We'll see you on 16. And Drew Gibson very energetically letting Paul know he was in fact OB. Yeah, he was just double checking for Paul because it looked like from the box that it went through the wall. And again, same move by Paul McBeth. That was a layup. However, he wanted to make sure he was to the right of the pin as opposed to being on the left side of the pin, which would have created a headwind putt. We're going to say a slam dunk by Nate Doss. Unfortunately, it's going to be for the 4. Speaking of slam dunks, was there a basketball game last night?
Well, one team showed up for the second half, but the other one didn't. Houston Rockets scoring 6 points in the fourth quarter.
Wow, that's only 6 more than me. And what an attempt there by Drew Gibson. He goes with the spin putt and does not connect on any metal. It also looked like it might have been an MTA throw.
And there's Rick in for the 2, so we may have been a little premature there. This game isn't over yet.
Wysocki has to certainly be thinking about that previous hole, and if running at it was in fact the best option. I still believe that it was. However, as he struggled to get back to the pin and ultimately tap out, left him quite a bit behind Paul. We'll see if there's enough room to make up. We'll be with you in a few moments from hole 17. We are back in here on hole number 17. This, I would say, plays certainly into Paul's favor way more than Ricky's right now. They're both likely looking at 3s unless somebody can do something out of the ordinary.
Yeah, this is having to win Game 7 on the road right now. Although Ricky yesterday, he had almost an ace run on this hole, so it's possible.
And not sure if that's going to stand up. It is not for Ricky Wysocki, and that's going to get a roll. That could be as much as 150 to 200 feet rolling back our direction.
Yeah, Drew throws hard. I can't quite tell from where we're standing, but it's possible that Ricky's drive cut rolled out of bounds left on this fairway.
McBeth simply needs to put this in play, throw it next to the pin, and walk away with a 3.
Wow.
And McBeth is getting pushed over from left to right, and he's on the side of the hill. That should be a very routine up and down.
Yeah, he's sitting right at Circle 2's edge, and that's all he really needs right now.
And Doss is going to give this 110% as he turns that one over. It's trying to fight its way back. He's on the right side. We'll head over to Ricky Wysocki's approach in a few moments. Wysocki throws a forehand. I'm not sure it's got enough power. He's still left with a little bit of an uphill putt there. Dixon, as we're taking a look at the final hole here coming up, what are we looking at for the non-winner circle?
Well, Paul, Nate, and Drew are all sitting right at Circle 2's edge. Ricky's sitting just inside Circle 1, so assuming Paul just lays this up and takes his 3, he's going to have a 3-shot advantage with 1 hole to go. About the only danger that Ricky is in, if he's able to par this. Eagle is sitting on the fairway on the 18th hole, so he has birdie opportunity on 18. So Rick needs to go par birdie in order to solo second place if Eagle birdies.
And what a putt by Wysocki. His fate is in his hands as to exactly where he's going to finish out. As you said, Eagle McMahon charging. He sits at 16 under overall as Drew Gibson taps in. Simon Lizotte with a pretty good round of 6 under, as did Double G, Garrett Gerthy. And the hot round of the day that I can see, at least from close range, would be Grady Shue with a -8 during this final round. Grady Shue with a solid performance today, moving up 22 spots. We'll bring you the final hole in just a few moments right here in San Francisco Open.
Hole 18 was designed with an exciting finish in mind, and that is just what we think we'll get. Coming in at 707 feet, this par 4 features an OB lake to the left side of the fairway, so players are sure to err on the right side before approaching this extremely trepidatious green. Step 1 on your second shot, avoid the OB ball golf green. Step 2, avoid the hazardous bunkers. Step 3, impress the gallery.
Gallery is moving down the fairway here on hole number 18, and I've got to ask, as we were just talking about the top scorers of the day, can you tell me any similarities that you see from our best scores out here on the course today from a majority of them?
Is that this course was playing difficult today. All of the scores are down, deflated big time. This was just a survival day, and for the guys that had to get aggressive, Glen Eagles was not being kind to them. We have some good golfers shooting some bad rounds today.
So speaking of the good rounds, though, any similarities among who had the hot rounds out here today or some of the best rounds? Do you see any similarities among the top 2 or 3 hottest rounds?
Well, I see that the guys that can throw far tended to do better. So
really, shocker.
Anytime you can stable up into a big headwind, that's an advantage. Even if you're just playing safe shots, the more stable that you can go and still be able to execute what you're trying to do, the better it is for your percentages of that being an actual good shot.
Well, and exactly what I was leading you to there, seeing that some of our furthest throwers in the game include Simon Lizotte, like I said, with one of the hottest rounds out here today. He had a 6 under. Paul McBeth currently at 6, but also then Double G at 6 under par. So very interesting to see that. Grady Shue must have had a very clean round. As I click on his stats through UDisc, I'll take a look. Grady Shue probably just staying out of trouble throughout the day, and he did just that. Grady Shue, Chicago, has gone bogey-free here today. I think he gets a big hug for that. I don't know if I have any other special prizes.
Turn over.
And Wysocki's OB on the right side, so as if there were any chances left, which I don't believe there were at this point, Wysocki has just ended that opportunity. He's OB on the right side off of the tee. Drew Gibson trying to stay out of the hazard area, and looks like he's gone past it. A very impressive drive here by Drew Gibson.
Yeah, looking at the stats on the tournament so far, the first round the average was about 65, second round the average was about 64. Today, almost 67, so a full 3 strokes harder than yesterday.
And we see that Eagle McMahon has just put in for birdie on hole number 18. Eagle and Ricky tied at the moment at 17 under par. So unless Wysocki can somehow get up and down and save the par, looks like Eagle may be taking second place. Paul McBeth finding the OB bunker, or shall I say hazard?
No, that one plays as OB. It's got pink
that's what I
flags
thought.
on it, yeah. So I bet Ricky is just sick right now. After that 4-putt on hole 15, seeing how Paul has finished going bogey, par, bogey most likely, all Ricky had to do was keep it in the middle and he could have won this tournament.
Let's see if Doss's cut rolls back out. We'll see you in the fairway on 18 in a moment.
Are you currently looking for the one? How do you get hooked up usually?
Through friends,
Players' parties.
sometimes even fans.
And how's that been working for you?
Not so good.
Have you ever tried looking online?
Never.
You should check this site out.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
Find your go-to disc at blankinkdiscs.com today. 2018 Tour Support discs available now.
Gotta get one.
I need one.
Looks like Nate Doss will be first to throw his second shot here. And Doss throwing directly into the sunlight. We'll see if he can find one of the safe zones up there. Oh, and it looks like it hit inside the hazard, tried to crawl itself back out, and then ultimately lands in the hazard. And at this point, every single stroke that are given up here is costing them
Yeah, I think it's interesting where people were saying that 17 and 18 were kind of tweener holes and not very good. Well, maybe the course designer knew what the prevailing conditions were out here because these things are playing so difficult right now.
Wysocki's is turning over, and if that flexes out before the gallery, he's going to have a good look at this. And he's just a bit deep.
Yeah, and Paul stepping into the bunker here, I just heard him ask Drew, as long as I don't get a 7, right? So he is aware of the scores right now.
We saw Paul earlier checking U-disc, him confirming with teammate Drew Gibson. Paul McBeth's going to play up the right side. We'll see if that can stay in bounds or not. And somehow he finds one little sliver of grass. That's only something Paul McBeth would do.
Yeah, that's not what he was aiming for.
We don't have to tell anybody that.
Well, it doesn't matter what he was aiming for. It just matters where he ended up. If intent was all that mattered, I'd beat all these guys. And Drew now ripping this. Oh, and gives it a little skip right by. He's going to have maybe 20 feet coming back at the basket. I remember the first time I ever went to a hockey game, one of the things that stuck out to me the most was just kind of how all of my senses were being attacked. When you're watching on TV, you don't hear the ice skates, you don't hear the puck sliding around. You guys at home, I wish you could be out here to hear the snap coming off of Drew's hand when he throws a frisbee.
Drew's got his tight pants on. He's ready to go today. And if that isn't a perfect summation of what we've seen in the last few holes out of Ricky Wysocki, I don't know what is.
Yeah, close, but not in. Paul knows how to play this game, right? Hey, I'm already in the bunker once. I don't need anything more than a layup and a tap-in. Oh man, this is kind of coming in with a whimper right here. Hopefully Drew can save us with one birdie putt on the final hole.
And Drew finishes it off with a birdie as the rest of the competitors will move in and have their final tap outs here on hole number 18. Of course, we're going to be back with you in just a few moments. So we're going to catch up with our champion, Paul McBeth, as he's tapping in right now. And your San Francisco Open champion, Paul McBeth.
And your winner of the inaugural San Francisco Open, Mr. Paul McBeth.
And Paul McBeth is going to go ahead and put down the scores. We'll catch up with him in just a few moments after he's got his scorecard completely turned in. Tournament Director Sean Jack making sure that everyone knows what's going on, everybody enjoying themselves out here. We'll get the official leaderboard updated. Dixon, I'm about to cut you loose. I'm going to have a quick conversation with our champion in Paul McBeth. Thank you for your tremendous efforts here this weekend. I hope that you enjoyed playing along with the madness that took place here in San Francisco.
Oh, man, I wouldn't want to be anywhere else, right? I could watch it at home or I could be a part of it here. So I'm glad that I could be a part of it.
Well, thank you for all the work, the Circle Zero show, and then also keeping me in check. I think we just keep rotating in more and more people to keep me in check week in and week out as we're here on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. When shall we see you next?
I'll be with the Pro Tour again in Utah here in just, 3 weeks? So I'm really looking forward. Never been out there. That course looks fantastic in the same way that this one did. So I look forward to checking off a fantastic course on my list.
All right. Well, we'll see you there. Thanks again. We'll see you in a little while. Appreciate all the efforts.
Yes,
Dixon
sir.
Jowers,
Thank you.
everyone. Thank you. We'll be back with Paul McBeth in a few moments.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I'm joined by our champion, Paul McBeth. Paul, it was one of those classic battles. Ricky, Paul, you came out on top this time. Tell us about your day.
It was a good day. I didn't really make any mistakes out there, and then when I did, I kind of had, I think, 5 strokes at the end, so it was just mistake-free golf. And then when I had the strokes, I kind of just let him go, but I had enough at the end.
When I came out here and actually joined you guys on site, I saw Ricky Wysocki make a long putt, 45, maybe 50 feet on hole 11. You picked up your bag and you went and you tapped in your birdie. You were emotionless. What were you thinking as the charge was going on throughout this back 9?
The back 9 is a pretty, I don't know, for me I score well back there, and so did Ricky yesterday. He tore up the back, so it was windy, and I knew just pars were going to be good there, and when I did have the birdie opportunities, I converted them, and that kind of, I think it deflated his run at me.
Holes 15 and 16 kind of told the story here on this final round. Ricky ultimately has multiple putts at the elevated basket. He had to run at that, but then you couldn't find yourself on the green of 16. What is it with that hole? You were 0 for 3 this weekend there.
Yeah, I don't know. 2 of them hit on the green, and 1 just rolled through the boards at the end. But yeah, I was 4 over on that 1 hole, and if we take that hole out, I think I have a really good score.
Well, earlier I heard the course designer say he projected negative 21 would win it for the weekend. Through 2 rounds, you were 14 under, and then you got to kind of walk this last one in. What did you think of the course?
It was fun. I enjoyed it. There were a lot of shots that we don't have on the tour with those long 400-plus foot holes that finish to the right, and then with OB on the right. So they're kind of tricky, but 21 I think would have been spot on. I think that's where I was with 3 to play, so it was a pretty good prediction.
All right. Anything you'd like to say to all the fans and the thousands of people that have been out here taking in the action this weekend?
Oh, thanks for watching, and it's beautiful here, so I'm glad I got to play and come out to California once again.
All right. Well, Paul McBeth comes out on top here at the inaugural San Francisco Open presented by Innova Champion Disc. I want to thank you, Paul, for joining us. I want to thank Steve Dodge, the entire Pro Tour crew, along with Sean Jack and the massive San Francisco Open crowd and gallery that came out here today, for everyone taking it in all around the world. Thank you to the staff, the tournament, the supporting sponsors and partners, and to our great crew with Trent and Chad, along with Gary to the O and Johnny V back at home. We're going to look at some highlights. We're going to close it out again. Paul McBeth, your champion in San Francisco. Yeah, man. Congrats. Good shoot. Very nice.